Good morning, everyone. It's good to see all of you here. Good morning. I'm William Crow, Director of Lehigh University Art Galleries and Professor of Practice in the Department of Art, Architecture, and Design. And it's really my great pleasure to welcome all of you here this morning. Thanks for carving out time in a busy spring semester to join us today for this event. So several years ago, a professor of mechanical engineering reached out to our team at the art galleries and said she really wanted to develop a project looking at the stresses found within the steel structure of one of our monumental outdoor sculptures. Last year, an undergraduate student started a research project on the chemical composition of glazes found in our ancient Chinese ceramics. And then just last semester, I had the pleasure of speaking with a faculty member in psychology who was telling me about her work with a graduate student and how the titles of paintings may affect our memory of it. So over the past 6 years that I've been at Lehigh, I have really seen the remarkable enthusiasm for the arts, not only within the departments that you might expect, like music and theater, art, architecture, and design, creative writing, but really across all colleges and departments. So after many collaborations with faculty and students on different projects, I reached out to Dominic Packard and Kate Bullard in the Office of the Vice Provost for Research, and we talked about how might we highlight and amplify interdisciplinary research in the arts. And I'm so grateful that they enthusiastically agreed to hold today's event, and we quickly assembled an organizing committee. We had an open call for proposals last December, and we received an outpouring of response, really from all over campus, and the result is the exciting lineup that you see today. It might not be so surprising to you or surprising to me that the arts are so deeply embedded here at Lehigh. I mean, after all, Lehigh was born from Asa Packer, who was a carpenter and a boat builder. The first president of Lehigh, Henry Capet, demanded a curriculum that included drawing and painting. And even at the art galleries, we are gearing up to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of the art galleries with our founding in 1926. So when we talk about future makers at Lehigh, the arts have always been present. I would argue they've been central, and we should talk about them that way. So our planning for this event started last fall, it continued through the winter. Now we've officially arrived in spring, and we find ourselves in a changed world, including threats to research funding across all disciplines and the suffocation of higher education itself. These threats don't dampen my own beliefs in the value of the arts or interdisciplinary research, but it did cause me to think about what should I say this morning. I had considered talking about the great value of the arts in and of themselves, how the arts help us see new perspectives or create more discoveries in other fields, or even help us imagine new worlds. Or maybe I should talk about interdisciplinary research and how it helps us bridge silos between different disciplines or tap expertise in new ways. But looking out at this audience this morning and knowing many of you, and also given the really fantastic attendance registration that we had for today, I don't think I need to restate the importance of the arts or the value of interdisciplinary research, because you're going to see it in action today in these presentations. But I kept thinking about all of these people I've met over the last 6 years, and why are they so drawn to interdisciplinary research and to the arts in particular? And I think what they all share is that they're seeking connection in different ways. Making connections can be really hard, I think, especially in interdisciplinary research. I mean, we're basically speaking different languages across different fields. Research often happens in laboratories that are behind closed doors. We see articles that only appear in very specialized journals. They're only accessible to a few. But it's my belief that it's really through these connections that we make through events like today that we create the building blocks for knowledge and also for community. So what I hope will happen today is that you not only gain new knowledge about different fields and interdisciplinary research in the arts, but that you also make new connections with a different department, with someone you have not met, maybe just with someone else who shares the same enthusiasm as you do. I'm very grateful to the community here at Lehigh for their support of this event. I want to thank the full team in the department, or the Office of Vice Provost for Research, to Mark Erickson, the Interim Vice President for Strategic Initiatives and Planning, the members of our organizing committee, Almut Hupbach, Jessica Marsh, Erica Holscher, Paul Salerni, Stacy Brennan, Kate Bullard, and Dominic Packer. And I also want to especially thank the team at the art galleries for all of their support for today. And so now it's my great pleasure to introduce Dominic Packer, the professor in the Department of Psychology and Associate Vice Provost for Research, who will share a welcome. Thanks, Dom.
Thank you, Will, and good morning, everybody. It's great to see everyone here bright and early on a Friday morning, chilly Friday morning. So I was lucky to grow up in a family where arts and sciences really commingled with each other. My dad was a nuclear engineer, but he drew extensively throughout his career on literature and especially poetry, as he did work around the world to promote safety culture in the nuclear industry, working mainly with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Now he's retired. He's been working for quite some time on a handwritten, self-illustrated version of Beowulf. And he teaches classes in the town that they live in, mainly to young men, about Chaucer and Dante. And it's all very strange to me, but it's a really interesting commingling. My mother loved the rocks that her father, my grandfather, would bring home from his trips around the world as a mining engineer. It inspired her to study geology, and she still to this day uses the chemistry she learned there at University College London, where she met my dad, in creating the glazes she uses as a potter. I could tell you about their musical talents and the excruciatingly mortifying experience of them coming to my middle school class to lead us in song. My dad on guitar, my mother on the flute, but I won't go there. Some memories are better left suppressed. But I unfortunately am not so multi-talented, but I think growing up with them gave me a real understanding for the synergies that can come from the commingling of things in the arts, things in the sciences, and disciplines beyond, and the exciting things that happen when they come together. I think in 1959, the British scientist and novelist C.P. Snow became a very famous lecture at Cambridge University called The Two Cultures and the Scientific Revolution. And he argued that really, despite having common origins in the Enlightenment, the arts, the humanities, especially literary studies, but more generally, and the sciences now represented what he called two separate cultures, very much separate, mutually incomprehensible to each other, and not only not capable of understanding each other, but actually antagonistic to each other. And I think we sometimes feel that the intuition as well, right? The appeal of that idea. Will noted that it can be difficult to work across interdisciplinary lines, that we often do feel almost like we're speaking different languages. There are real challenges there. But on the other hand, I've also always thought that the two cultures dichotomy was overstated. Maybe things were different in 1959, but as Will alluded to with all of the examples here at Lehigh, I think there are very often very interesting, exciting, and mutually productive exchanges between the arts and many other disciplines at universities and beyond. And I think this intuition of mine, that the two cultures idea is overstated, was sort of amply validated when we sent out the call for proposals and immediately, and with really no effort, received a ton of submissions, which have turned into the really exciting set of presentations and exhibits and so on that you'll see today. And we have such a great crowd. This is where my notes for my remarks ran out because I fell asleep. Um, but I did want to say a little bit about the moment we're living in that Will also alluded to. To me, this is a moment of, I think, existential crisis for universities. We will persist, we will persevere, and I ultimately think we will prevail, but it's going to be a struggle. I think events like this are hugely important because they remind us in part of what universities do that no other institution does, right? Bringing people from very different sets of expertise, backgrounds, and so on, together, to think together, to create together, to do interesting things together. And there's not many spaces in the United States or anywhere in the world where that happens other than at universities. It's a cherished thing that we should protect and will have to protect in the coming years. Connection is really important. Connection, especially in these times, coming together simply to interact with each other, is validating, is sustaining, is restorative. But the other thing I think will be absolutely essential is solidarity. We are going to have to figure out ways to collectively work together, to push back, to protect what we value, in ways that we haven't necessarily done particularly well at universities. We're going to have solidarity across disciplines. What happens to one discipline, whether it's climate science or women's studies, affects us all. We're going to have to collaborate much more effectively across universities. What's happening to Columbia University as we speak is affecting us too. It's a warning to us, we could easily be next. We're going to have to cooperate and find solidarity. I think this is crucially important as we move forward. In the past 2 months, I've spent orders of magnitude more time than ever before in my life with lawyers. And not to knock lawyers, but it is a pleasure today to do something different and instead to spend time with all of you, people from the arts, whether it's theater, music, design, architecture, as well as many other disciplines, including psychology and chemistry and chemical engineering, and so on. It's really a pleasure. It's going to be a great day. I hope you all enjoy it, and I look forward to chatting and interacting, connecting, and finding solidarity as we move forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tom. So our sessions are going to begin in just about 10 minutes. So I just want to draw your attention to a few logistical things about the day. You'll see there are concurrent sessions on the agenda. So please choose a block for the morning and the afternoon. While of course, make yourself comfortable, feel free to go and come, just be mindful of our presenters and our other attendees so that we're not disruptive to the conversation. We'll have lunch at 12 noon, just outside the doors where the coffee service was located this morning. If you did not request lunch, I think we are right at our limit of lunches today. If you're not familiar with campus, there's also nearby lunch spots. There's common grounds on the second floor of Roush Business Center right across the way, or down on 4th Street and Fillmore's Cafe de Lodge. Last, we won't come back together as a full group, given our schedule, and I know everyone has a busy Friday and weekend coming up. So I do want to take this opportunity again to thank all of you for coming, to all of our presenters and our session chairs, and I hope that you enjoy the day. So thanks everyone, enjoy the event.
I'm the session chair for our session on psychology and health. My name is Almut Huppach. I'm a professor in psychology, and I will introduce our first speaker, Joseph Amodei. Joseph is a new media artist, theater designer, community health researcher, activist, and educator whose multidisciplinary work explores the intersections of art, emerging technology, and community. Originally from North Carolina, Joseph earned their BFA in studio art from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and an MFA in video and media design from Carnegie Mellon. They are an assistant professor of media design in Lehigh University Theater Department, where they develop innovative curricula, research integrating immersive technologies, design research, and socially engaged media practices. Some recent projects include an archive of career care, a virtual reality experience exploring 3D photogrammetry, archiving and embedding oral histories, Packing and Cracking, a game-based theater project addressing gerrymandering, The Dance Floor, The Hospital Room, and the Kitchen Table, a multimedia exploration of the HIV/AIDS crisis in queer care, and Engaging Together for Healthy Relationships, a federally funded initiative aimed at improving education around adolescents' relationship through emerging technologies and media strategies at the site of a pediatric primary care visit. Please welcome with me Joseph Amodei, and we're excited for your presentation.
All right, start my timer. Good morning. Hello. All right, so yes, I teach here in the theater department as a professor of media studies, so I literally teach scene here sometimes, giving projection mapping and live performance and immersive media, so AR and VR. But today I'm going to talk about sort of another sort of aspect of my work, which is my work in public health and medicine for a lot of different topics, but at the site of sort of like community collaboration. And today we're going to look at this project called Engaging Together for Healthy Relationships. So, or ETHR for short, because I'm not going to keep saying it every single time. So, Engaging Together for Healthy Relationships is adolescent relationship abuse is a pervasive issue that impacts 1 in 3 teens will experience unhealthy relationships. It is a very large problem and deeply sort of understudied. So what ETHR is it takes the site of the primary care visit or a pediatrician sort of center visit and is a small intervention that happens in that short visit to talk about strength-based approaches to relationships, intimate partner violence, and provide resources to parents and teens, both together and separate, in this sort of trusted environment that is the pediatrician's clinic. And so our goal here is to make education and healthy friendships and relationships universally discussed, seamlessly integrated into the confidential history portion of a primary care visit aimed at adolescents 12 to 16. It was originally 11 to 15, but in our next trial, we're sort of adjusting some things. And we could sort of aim to utilize this time when the parents go to the waiting room for the confidential history to also educate the parents and then also have some private moment to educate the teens. So I will briefly talk about all the different aspects of ETHR, and then I am a designer, and so I will talk about what my role is and how I integrate with this sort of large healthcare project. But first, I'll talk a little bit about my collaborators. Dr. Maya Raghavan leads the Circle Collaborative, and I'm the designer for the projects there. And so we do a lot of work around intimate partner violence, language equity, immigrant and refugee issues. And Erin Mikiewicz is the research coordinator. So we have been developing this project for about 3 or 4 years now. And they are based at the University of Pittsburgh, and sort of also we work with the UPMC, which is a large healthcare hospital system. I guess they actually extend out to here sort of now anyways, but mostly in Western Pennsylvania. And a little bit about how I ended up doing all of this. My original training is not in public health per se, but I have done a lot of art that sort of has this connection to public health. And so over here is the Dance for the Hospital and the Kitchen Table. It's a theater piece about the HIV/AIDS crisis from the early days of the crisis to today, made from oral histories, and then that sort of like research and knowledge is translated into this performance and into this virtual reality piece as well. And that sort of like knowledge translation practice is sort of core to what I'm going to talk about in relationship to ETHR. Other work I do is sort of a lot of health-related activism, and this is how I met Dr. Raghavan around the early days of the pandemic, working to try and make sure the patents for this publicly funded research would be equitably shared across the world and to communities that are often left out of these interventions. And then this transitioned into all sorts of things. Vaccine clinics, sort of these community-centered parties we threw when vaccines were first rolling out, sort of, it's hard to imagine now, but sort of before the sort of like misinformation sort of era really took hold, it was really more about like making sure we got access and to people who didn't speak English and to sort of our community partners. And so we've been in all these sort of things, but that so those early days in the pandemic and working with Dr. Raghavan is how I ended up doing this work, and then it sort of transitioned into all sorts of things. But today, back to ETHR. So I'm going to go through the sort of steps of it now. So this is sort of the big reason, you know. So my background is in activism and community work and with the arts, and so the center of like why to do this work and why to do this sort of like combination of art and science is this. You know, it's for anything with this high of a rate of prevalence, there's like often many well-researched interventions and studies, and there are resources out there, but statistically, numerically, it's a lot less than for something this common and pervasive. So what is ETHR? Healthy relationships. You know, it's a sort of strength-based and healing-centered approach, and it involves in this sort of meeting with the sort of primary care visit. It involves sort of these scripts that the doctors get to have these conversations with the teenager and the parents together and also separately. And there's some other resources that get sort of sprinkled in throughout. And what's happening now is there is also a bunch of resources that got handed out. So we're starting a second clinical trial in June, July. You know, fingers crossed that everything keeps happening. It seems like it's going to. So we, in our first trial, we basically sort of some of the persistence of this sort of study, it like wasn't lasting as long. So we redesigned a bunch of elements of ETHR to sort of try and sort of give other touch points, other points of connection to this. So that involves these resource guides that are handed out. And the last study was just these resource guides on a digital platform, which I'll show in a second. But we can pass these around. And what's different about this event is that sort of we're trying to sort of like now add some more elements to it. And so we designed this sort of box that all these elements that I'm going to talk about will go in. And we're going to manufacture a couple hundred of these and sort of give them out after sort of the scripts and the conversations. This gets handed out. And then there's these follow-up text messages that will happen that sort of link to some of the items in here, some of the resources on the website, and sort of general reminders about where you're at in thinking about healthy relationships. And then there's all these online resources that are sort of teen-oriented, parent and caregiver-oriented, and family holistically oriented, and also a little bit of transparency about the clinician training that's there as well. So this entire process here, so I'll pass this around, you can take a look at this box. So all of this is developed with community collaboration and at its center. So we have a collaborative of teenagers and parents who help decide what, how, why to make any of these things. You know, we have all sorts of ideas, and we have a team, our sort of like brain trust of researchers that sort of like we meet monthly, and then also, but it's all like tested, designed, reiterated over and over and over again in this sort of like quite a common design process of rapid prototyping and iteration to make sure our community members are involved at every step. And so here we see some like human-centered design activities using an online platform like Mira, where people could look at resources and leave comments about what they thought was working, what was confusing, language, anything at all, what's missing. And then this is a diagram sort of like internally for us, sort of like tracing all the pieces of this, trying to like sort of create a map of everything we're talking about here. But I think like all of my creative artwork, it's like really connected to sort of community and sort of like an attempt to try and make the world more just in certain ways. And, and so like that same sort of ethos and approach is sort of a big part of what I do, in addition to sort of the technology side and the design side of integrating that into sort of like how I fold art and technology into my healthcare research practice with the Circle Collaborative and others. And so now we meet in person sometimes, but this is also like ways to facilitate these sort of activities online so we can really like try and make this stuff accessible as well. Okay, design, art, and media strategy. So when we're coming up with these things, it's always, we have, like I said, we have all sorts of ideas within. It's like, what sounds good? And it's really, the first round of this study was the parents, the caregivers, they loved it. They found all these materials very helpful and engaging. And the teenagers, they didn't hate it. So that's really good, you know? It's like very difficult to get teenagers excited about public health interventions. You know, I myself, like many of you out here, were once teenagers. You can all imagine it's, but not hating it is actually great, you know. And there is some research that shows like if the parents receive a bunch of knowledge and caregivers, then there can be some good transmission. But so our goal was still to think about ways to try and get the teens more engaged. So when we asked them what they wanted, and we made a bunch of things, we did a total redesign. The colors you're seeing here throughout the first round of the study had a totally different layout and color scheme. So trying to stay up with the design times, you know, very difficult. We made a whole brand kit for all of these things, and sort of this is now connected through the whole research team. So we have these like colors that sort of, and fonts and like ways and link layouts that sort of like work with all of the materials I'm passing out to you now. The digital materials I'll show you shortly, and also like lots of our slides and presentations. This is fully integrated into the research lab. We all use Canva, you know, like I love Photoshop when I need it, but a lot of the times it's really nice to be able to have all these images that all sort of communicate the same story easily to sort of spread throughout all of our presentations, community gatherings, grant proposals, et cetera, et cetera. So we made this, and this is just a shout out to one of our graduate research students, Sarah Tiffany Appleton, who's no longer a graduate student, but came back to work on our project afterwards. You know, she now mostly works with patients directly, but still has come back to sort of sometimes will help with the redesigning these things, including as a lead role in making our redesign of our brand here, you know. So let's talk about the print materials. I've been passing them around. So these are the sort of long documents, are lots of the sort of like information. There's one for teens, there's one for parents, and there's one for families. And this is sort of just core information about healthy relationships and also access to other really good resources that already exist. So there are lots of things that exist out there that are good. It's always just about how do you get people to connect with them and find them. And you know, it's sort of changed in this current era. You know, I used to say, well, one thing I was trying to do was there's all this like really amazing information that used to be on the CDC's web pages, but it was terribly formatted and hard to read, you know. So I was like, how can we make it so it's nice? Now I'm like, wish I had that poorly designed text again, you know. But anyways, so we do this sort of on our own way, and we're studying these materials, but also we then get to distribute them to the community members. So it's sort of a way that sort of studying the sort of innovation and effectiveness of these types of materials also becomes a way that we can distribute them once we've researched them and determined they're not harmful. So this is a design actually for a magnet that will be part of the box. It obviously won't be this large, but it will be a magnet that will be in there. These are some of the pamphlets. And as you're handing them around, you're probably noticing some of them are these trifold pamphlets and some of them are these sort of back and forth pamphlets. We're still in the sort of final design phase, preparing for this next study. So we're getting some feedback right now from the entire network of people we're sort of designing and making everything with as to whether we will go with pamphlets or trifolds. Gum, we're going to give out gum. The teenagers wanted gum. We're designing gum for them. Yes, these are the boxes. Sort of they're these nice magnet enclosure boxes. Designed them and manufactured them to be pretty, so hopefully they don't get thrown in the trash. And then there's all these digital materials. So you can go ahead and scan this if you'd like to take a look at our website or go to engagingtogether.com. And the QR code will be on each of the next following slides. You can peruse it around. So. But it's basically this sort of like information that sort of like has this sort of like scrolling storytelling pattern that's easy to navigate, easy to move around, easy to read the information. It's all set up to be like really plain language materials that are very accessible, easy to look at on the eyes, accessible for screen readers and any other type of sort of digital many of digital accessibility concerns that we can manage. And a safety exit, which is quite common on intimate partner violence. And domestic violence websites, so you can escape sort of, you know, you're always thinking about, in addition to sort of education and strength-based, we're always thinking about how do we provide the safest environment for all of this? You know, how do you keep everyone as safe as possible? Red flags, green flags, just some like, you know, things that really, these are just a couple of the sort of pieces of the pages that really sort of stuck out to our teenagers. And then lots of resources, different types of abuse, and just really trying to make all this information, which can be a lot, easy to navigate and easy to sort of like follow your own interests. If you want to look at something for LGBTQ relationships, or you want to look at something for like resources for if you're experiencing violence, all of that is always there and easily accessible. We also help design the provider training. And so in this way, we also sort of use the same graphic approach to like sort of lay it out, and which also involved, we made a podcast that sort of gives an overview. We're trying to always think about how can we like reach people in multiple modes, multiple ways of formats, digital and physical. So there's also this website that goes over these scripts, provides example scenarios, trainings, and then we use some AI animation techniques to make some of these trainings in a little more fun to watch. But the internet's not great, so I'm not going to do that there, but that's on the website. But we made a series of 12 videos to sort of introduce providers to ETHR and all its pieces. And then the other thing that's sort of been a major project of this iteration has been this sort of like game design project to sort of, I love games. I believe in the power of transformational play, and Mary Flanagan's concept of serious play is critical play is, you know, really wonderful. It's this idea that like play and games are a way to rehearse and transform the world we want to be in. And so we thought healthy relationships and strength-based relationships and what that might be like could be done through games in this intervention. So I'll pass these around as well. You can, and there's sort of these games we developed once again with the community collaborative. So getting feedback on the questions, on the design. We went with a sort of comic booky style design after a couple of iterations, and trying to sort of like take some of these things that are often conversation starter games and try and add actual fun gameplay elements to them. So ways to sort of learn about each other from parents to teens, and also teens to teens. So inside the box are all of these sort of materials that I've been talking about, access to these digital resources, access to various types of support networks. And in our next study, there'll be some like site-specific things because we'll be doing trials both in Western Pennsylvania and in Kansas City. So that each of these materials will be slightly tailored to their locales in the local resources section. But yeah, trying to sort of make having these discussions really fun by having a sort of like win state. You know, something that's like as simple as like trying to get points and lay out tricks of these things, like encourage you to maybe to like ask a question that's higher risk, you know, it's maybe worth a few more points, but also really centering agency. You can skip, you never have to play or discuss anything you want. You can always refresh, discard your hand. There's lots of like backstops built in here to sort of like encourage an open discussion through play, but not ever sort of coerce anyone to be like, okay, you've drawn this card, you know, it's not that type of game. Here's just a couple of them large, you know, sort of there's some activity ones and some communication-based games. There's these house rule cards that let you sort of make any rule, like you can only use, you can only speak in questions, or, you know, you have to, it can be really anything. It really lets a lot of creativity into the game. And then like if someone breaks the rules, it can be really about like, you can only use I statements to talk about your game, or if you say the word then you actually, then you break the rule. So that it can be either like really tied to sort of the discussions or just sort of like fun ways to the whatever types of games that the dyad of the parent and the teen or the teenagers who might be playing this together already have in their own sort of language. Looking at some digital questions, storytelling questions, example scenarios. These are some resources. Love is Respect, in the domestic violence hotline. I always like to share resources whenever talking about intimate partner violence. Just, you know, it's difficult stuff. But yeah, so quick, that's sort of the quickest interview of all the different pieces of engaging together for healthy relationships. Next steps are we're doing this second clinical trial. That'll start early this summer, so we get people when they sort of come for their yearly physical before they need which they might be required for a sport or something, to try and sort of really test it out with these recently developed and expanded materials and see what happens. And it's my second year here at Lehigh, and I sort of feel like I found a really good home for my art and technology mixing together. But I'm still learning the community here, and I'm like deeply connected to the places that I live and work in. So I am excited about finding an opportunity to bring my public health work here to the Lehigh Valley and make those connections here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Joseph. And thanks, everyone. We will leave questions to the very end. We have a podium discussion at the very end for a couple of minutes.
And if you could just leave all these materials on that back white table before you leave the session, that would be great.
How do I get back? That's too much. Okay. I will introduce myself. My name is Amodei, as I already said at the beginning of this session. I'm a professor in the psychology department. I study human memory, particularly how we end up remembering certain things but forgetting other things. And the project I want to talk to you today about is a bit different from what I usually do. It was inspired by an undergraduate student who was a cognitive science major and a minor in studio art, Ariel Younger. So a lot of thanks to what I'm talking to you about today is going to Ariel. So I will talk about how do we remember art and talk about a small fraction of the big topic of how we could remember art, specifically focusing on how titles that are given to art influence how we remember art. So before I begin telling you about the research, I thought of showing you some art and ask you to answer two questions for each art piece I show you. One is, how much do you like the piece? And the second is, how profound do you find it? So profound or meaningful in terms of how it suggests deep meaning, great or broadly inclusive significance. So I will show you a series of 6 to 8 paintings, and I would like you to just rate your perception of these. So this is painting number 1. If you want to, write it down what your ratings are, I can reveal later if your own ratings would adhere to the ones of hundreds of participants that we ran through the same kind of study. Here's number 2. Number 3. Okay, need a little bit more time here. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. And number 8. All right. Okay, so the field of art memory is actually not well developed. Surprisingly, little is known about how we remember art. What is known more about is how we perceive art. And of course, the experience of art is subjective, but external contexts and titles can shape how we perceive art. So titles often direct viewers' attention to certain elements of a painting, and altering a title to an art piece can change viewer's interpretation. Titles become particularly important when we look at surrealistic or abstract art. Here, titles can act as crucial signposts. So often we see that lay people prefer titled abstract paintings and rating them as more meaningful and less abstract than untitled ones. And also, if we find some sort of semantic violations, such as atypical objects or unusual relationships within the scene, particularly for surrealistic paintings, titles are more fixated upon early in the viewing process to kind of disambiguate the image you're looking at. But also, titles can leave leave room for manipulating viewers' experiences. And a study by Turpin and colleagues has shown that titles can really affect how profound people assess images or paintings. In their study, they asked people to rate the profoundness of abstract art that was presented either with what they call a bullshit title, so something that is pseudo-profound but meaningless, mundane titles that just refer to kind of the compositional elements or color scheme of a painting, or paintings with no titles. So pseudo-profound bullshit has been studied in psychology for quite some time, and people often fall for this. It's meaningless phrases that seem profound, often have some sort of some philosophical dimension, which people latch onto and try to make sense of it. In Turpin's studies, they attached pseudo-profound titles to art pieces by computer generating these titles by randomly combining words that are often used to describe art. And mundane titles, as I already mentioned, is just kind of descriptive terms that seem to refer to some physical properties or compositional elements. So I'll give you some examples here. You see they use computer-generated and artist-created abstract art. The art comes from MoMA's online collection. And you see some examples for pseudo-profound bullshit titles, like the pathological interior, and mundane titles, again, just color mixing or something like that, and then some untitled artwork. And what that study revealed is that these profound sounding titles led people to rate the art as generally more profound than mundane titled art or untitled art, with the latter two not differing in profundity ratings. So we can manipulate viewers' experiences by giving these paintings some, profound sounding names that lack, inherent meaning, but it will affect viewers' judgment of these paintings. So we were wondering if these effects of titles would actually extend to memory. So is that restricted to just in-the-moment assessment and processing, or would these profundity ratings actually also create memory traces that are longer lasting and would make these paintings to be better remembered over time? Now, from memory research, we know that meaningful, deep analysis of information generally leads to stronger and longer lasting memory traces than compared to shallow processing that is focused more on sensory or surface characteristics. And therefore, we predicted that perhaps attempting to find meaning in the composition visual elements of abstract paintings that is maybe encouraged by these pseudo-profound titles could actually lead to deeper processing of these paintings and thereby increase memory. We also know from memory research that abstract forms are often difficult to remember for people, and that if you provide some verbal descriptions that somehow disambiguate difficult to interpret drawings or paintings, greatly improve memory. So another hint that maybe regardless of the inherent lack of substance in these titles, the subjective experience of or nature of meaning making might allow individuals to derive kind of deeper personal significance from viewing these bullshit titled images and thereby increase their memory. In addition to assessing how titles affect memory for paintings, we were also interested in comparing memory for AI-generated art versus true human-created art, just because of the recent, advances in AI generation, and we were interested in whether or not the human mind somehow can differentiate between AI and true artistic expression. We know from perception that people generally have kind of an anti-AI bias when it comes to art. So when AI-generated paintings are labeled AI-generated, so people are informed that these paintings are actually created by AI, they assess their liking, beauty, profundity, and worth as less than when we label these AI-generated paintings as artist-created. So there is some sort of bias against AI to really see that as true art. To our knowledge, no studies had yet compared whether or not we differentiate in memory between artist-created versus AI-generated art. And therefore, because people often have difficulties actually differentiating between the two when they are not informed about the source or creator of the art, we cautiously predicted that maybe there would also not be a difference in memory between these two types of materials. However, it's possible that perhaps the human mind at some maybe subconscious level is able to discern or extract that human element that's really just in the true expression of human created art. And perhaps thereby they would incur a benefit in memory for artist-created or AI-generated art. But it's an open question. Nobody had previously looked at that. So we designed an empirical research study, and our two questions that guided our study. First is, do pseudo-profound titles enhance memory for abstract paintings? So tagging on to this idea that they are rated as more profound, so maybe they will also be better remembered. And the second question, is there a difference in memory for artist-created versus AI-generated paintings, images? In this study, we recruited 159 US residents. You see the demographic distribution here on the slide. They were recruited from an online platform called Prolific, so open to anyone in the United States who is interested in taking research studies for payment on this platform. In the first session, similar to what Turpin et al. Did in their study, we presented 60 abstract paintings. Half of them were AI generated, half of them were artist created, and we used the same images that Turpin et al. Used in their study that came from the MoMA online collection. We also assessed general bullshit receptivity. That is a scale that has been developed by Pennycook and basically gives people these kind of meaningless but profound sounding phrases like wholeness quiets infinite phenomena, and you have to rate how meaningful or profound you find each of these statements. And we also asked 3 questions targeting art literacy because we wanted to know whether or not your knowledge and experience with art perhaps affects how well you remember these pieces. After they viewed all of these images, we gave them 24 hours to consolidate, store their memories. And the next day, they came back for a surprise recognition test in which we presented them with the 60 old images that they had seen the day before, and in addition, 60 new images, half of them, again, AI generated and half true artist created from the MoMA online collection. So to give you a little bit of a better sense of what these images looked like, I mean, you just all actually encoded some of these in the beginning of this session. So here are some other examples of our artist-created abstract art pieces and AI-generated abstract art. The AI-generated art came from an online AI gallery where you can actually look at various paintings from abstract, surrealistic to still life and portrait and things like that that are all AI generated. You can actually buy them for a lot of money. They will send them to you printed on canvas, and they are truly sophisticated. It's difficult to actually discern just by looking at them which one is AI or which one is artist created. So we predicted that higher profundity ratings for artist-created images. We predicted higher profundity ratings for artist-created images and images accompanied by pseudo-profound titles. Linked again to Turpin et al.'s previous study. We also, based on our idea that perhaps these pseudo-profound titles would encourage deeper processing of these paintings, we predicted better memory for pseudo-profound titles than mundane titled art. We had no specific predictions about the potential differences in memory for artist-created versus AI-generated art. Again, no studies had looked at that before, and because it's very difficult for people to, figure out what is the source of or the creator behind the art presented. So let's test your own memory. I know I gave you just a few paintings, so a lot fewer than participants saw in our original study. But to give you a flavor of the memory test, here is your memory test. So I will show you a couple of paintings, and all you have to do is say, have you seen this image before? Yes or no. So I see a bunch of nods. Yes, that is one you've seen before. Nope. Your memory is great. No. Yes. No. Yes. You're perfect. You have great memory. Again, you only seen 8 images. I tested you immediately after. So our participants saw 60 images and were tested 24 hours later. So a lot more difficult than what you've done right now. By the way, half of these are AI generated and half of them are artist created. Did you notice? Yeah. Okay, so what about this one? AI or art? Actually, I have to check my own notes here. I'll tell you later. So our sample was not comprised of experts in art. So most of them kind of hovered in the middle. So somewhat knowledgeable about art, go to the art gallery once in a while. Some say art was their hobby, but most of them only occasionally dabbled in art. So let's look at the results of our study. First, we assessed profundity ratings, right, for all of these images. And again, Turpin et al. Found that pseudo-profound titles would increase profundity ratings of these images. And we see the exact same thing. For both artist-created and AI-generated art, we see that in the lighter gray bars, the pseudo-profound titles lead to higher profundity ratings. We see a similar effect actually for liking of the art pieces. We see that there is a slight advantage for pseudo-profound titled art in liking ratings. We see no real difference here in profundity or liking between AI or artist-created works. So again, profundity ratings and liking ratings were higher for pseudo-profound titled than mundane titled artworks. We also saw a relationship between, I told you that we asked everybody about or assessed bullshit receptivity, and that had a positive effect on both ratings as well. So the more you fall kind of for this pseudo-profoundness, the more you actually like pseudo-profound titled art and the more profound you rate it. Recognition is somewhat that really surprised us. So we see here that titles have no effect on recognition memory. So the earlier rated profoundness that is increased through pseudo-profound bullshit titles does not extend to memory, which is good news, I guess. We see, though, that liking is related to recognition performance. The more you like a painting, the more you will remember it, or the better you'll remember it. But what really surprised us is that we actually saw a huge advantage for artist-created work in memory over AI-generated work. It's something we, as I said earlier, did not necessarily predict. We were kind of agnostic to this type of effect. We were wondering if that effect is driven by participants being able to discern which item is or which painting is AI-generated versus artist-created. So we did a follow-up study 2 months later and asked the same participants whether or not the images, for each image, whether or not it was AI-generated or artist-created. What we find is that for AI images, people were at chance level. For artist-created work, they were a bit above chance. So for AI images, they cannot really make out the creator, but for artist-created work, perhaps because these images came from MoMA, some of them recognized the style or artist or even specific paintings. However, we ran our analysis and then limited, for instance, the analysis to just all the images that people thought were AI generated. But in the subset of those images, when somebody thinks they are AI generated, we still see that true artist-created work is better remembered than AI generated art. So to wrap up, because I'm at the end of time, we see that art perception is really influenced by titles. So art with pseudo-profound titles is perceived more profound than art with mundane titles. And participants also like pseudo-profound titled art better than mundane titled pieces, which reinforces the profundity and liking-enhancing effect of these pseudo-profound titles. Art memory is not affected by these titles, contrary to our original prediction. So it seems to be that these pseudo-profound titles do not encourage people to seek deeper meaning in those paintings. Perhaps these titles actually are too obscure. If you see like 30 of them in a row, that people kind of abandon the engagement and efforts to seek deeper meaning. Again, what we really surprisingly found is that artist-created work is better remembered than AI-generated work. It could be driven by some participants recognizing styles or artists or specific pieces. However, as I told you, when we restricted the analysis to just AI or just artist-created work, we still see the difference of the creator in memory. So familiarity with specific styles or paintings cannot really fully explain this effect. So perhaps people do subconsciously connect with the human element in true artwork, which is characterized by intentionality, emotional depth, personal perspective, unique style, which is inherently lacking in AI-generated art, which has, beauty, but may not engage us as deeply as true artist work. So I will end by saying, at least in the domain of abstract art, your memory isn't falling for pseudo-profundity or artificial intelligence. Thank you. And I want to thank Ariel Younger, student who is really behind all this work, my lab members, and to just give credit to the true artists who created some of the work I showed you today. Here is the real titles and the real creators. And the rest of the images you've seen, very AI generated. Okay, I will introduce our next speaker, Jessica Marsh. She's a professor of psychology, my colleague. She's also the Associate Dean of Interdisciplinary Programs and International Initiatives. She is a cognitive psychologist whose work explores how people's beliefs influence the way they reason and make decisions. She enjoys interdisciplinary work and collaborations that begin over happy hour, like the project she's presenting today. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, everybody. So today I'm going to tell you about some work that I have done with a collaborator of mine, Darren Hick, who is a philosopher. So to start us off in thinking, I'm going to be talking a little bit about how people think about experiencing art pieces. So to start us off, in some years ago, in New York City in the Frick collection, large numbers of people came to see an exhibit of the Dutch masters that included paintings that look like this. They waited hours outside in sub-zero temperatures to be able to go in and see these pieces in person. So a question that my collaborator and I have asked about this is why? Why will people spend hours standing outside in sub-zero temperatures to see paintings like this? And we can focus on one in particular here in the middle, The Goldfinch by Carol Fabritius, I believe. Many people came to see this painting in particular because of a book by the same name by Donna Tartt that tells a story of a boy who is in a museum that is bombed, and he smuggles this painting out to kind of save the painting. So people who have read this book have heard a lot about this painting, what it looks like, its dimensions, and things like that. The cover of the book by Donna Tartt has a picture, or partially included picture, of this painting on it, and so does the digital version. So if you've read this book, you actually know a lot about this painting, one could argue. And putting aside that the book is about a bombing in an art museum, people would come to the museum to see this painting. So why? What is this thing that drives us to experience art in person? And so my collaborator and I, Darren Hick, shown here, want to look at this question. I am a cognitive psychologist, so I'm coming at this from a psychology point of view. Darren is luckily a philosopher, and so he has some real ideas coming from philosophy of art on why people might be looking at these pieces. Just as a quick pitch for him, he has a book on introducing aesthetics and the philosophy of art. And so if you want to know more about that, you can read his books. Also, as I go through and start describing some of the philosophy related to this, to be clear, if I get it right, great. If I don't get it right, just imagine that Darren looks like this. So to start us off, let's talk a little bit about what philosophy has to say about how people experience art. So within philosophy, we can talk about the ontology of things. And so the ontology of things explores the nature of being. So in relation to art, if we're talking about ontology, we're talking about what makes something a piece of art. So what makes one thing a piece of art and other things not a piece of art? And an important idea within the philosophy of art, as you're trying to understand what makes something a piece of art, is this idea of artistic practice. So what this refers to is the idea that how people in the world, like all of us in here, treat art pieces is what makes them a piece of art. So if we say something's a piece of art, it is our artistic practice, this is a piece of art. So if we say that this painting by Cassatt is art, it's art. If we say this work by Warhol is art, or this work by Dali, you can probably guess the name of this, it's Lobster Telephone. We say these are art, that is what makes them art, according to philosophers of art. Okay, so what's good about this for psychologists, if we want to understand something about the nature of art, we can ask everyday people what they think makes something art or how you experience it, and that actually should have value within the world of philosophy of art. Another kind of issue that we're really going to start honing down in this talk it's about how people can experience art. And within the philosophy of art literature, they separate this idea of singular and multiple instances of works of art. So to describe this, if we are thinking about a visual art piece like the Mona Lisa, philosophers of art argue that this exists in a singular instance, meaning if you want to experience the Mona Lisa, you have to go to the Louvre and see it in person. That's the only way you can experience it. There's only one genuine instance of it, a singular instance, and it's that one hanging in a gallery. That is contrasted in the philosophy of art literature with non-visual art pieces. So this would be things like music, literature. So if you want to read Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse, you could read a first edition of it or any other edition of it. The idea here is that literature exists in multiple genuine instances. And so all that means is if you want to experience a piece of literature, you can read any copy of it. You can read it on your Kindle, you can read it in hard copy, and you have had a full experience of that piece. You don't have to go to the original handwritten monograph to understand what To the Lighthouse is about. Okay, so this is like this kind of interesting and fun idea, and this is actually the kernel of Over a Happy Hour that Darren and I started talking about, this idea of singular and multiple instances and what that means, and started coming up with some ideas. Also, importantly, in philosophy of art, is there's an idea that you cannot experience a piece of art through someone else's testimony. And what I mean by that is if I had seen the Mona Lisa and I were to describe it to you, that does not now mean you've experienced the Mona Lisa. You can't do that kind of true experience of a piece of art through someone else's testimony. But what is a kind of debated question, hence a lot of citations here from the philosophy literature, is whether or not you need actual direct experience. People start to argue about that. So I think this is important for thinking about, I don't know, teaching things about art. So if you are lecturing on different art pieces, the idea that you're showing copies of those may give people some type of experience of that art piece. It's not that this is a totally, futile process here. So these are these ideas coming out of philosophy of art. Visual art and non-visual art are different in how you can experience them. You can't experience them from other people. You need to do something like seeing them in person or a copy or something like that. So the question that we asked in a set of experiments I'm going to show you today is, how do everyday people think about the act of experiencing a piece of art? Does it match up with what philosophers say is true of how we experience pieces of art? And so we're going to look at these kind of sub-questions of what are the limits of experiencing a piece of art? And specifically, when do people think a piece of art no longer exists? So in our first experiment here, we're going to look specifically at this idea of what does it take to destroy a piece of art so that no one else can experience it. So here's the setup we used for subjects. We asked them to imagine that they were an evil villain set on destroying art. And we had wording like this: imagine you want to destroy, and then insert an art piece here, say the Mona Lisa, so the work no longer existed, preventing anyone from having a new experience of it. Please select which of the options below would accomplish your goal. And then we gave people a series of options like this that included, you need to destroy the original, you need to destroy the original plus all physical copies of it, the original, all physical copies, and all digital copies, the original, all physical copies, all digital copies, and anyone's memories of it who've ever seen it, or just like, hey, there's no way you can't destroy something like the Mona Lisa. So to give you more specifics, here's what our wording looked like for the original. You need to destroy the original painting made by Da Vinci. Physical copies, you would need to destroy the original painting and all painted copies that have been made of the work. Don't worry here, this is not in the Louvre. This is in a museum in Japan where they have exact replicas of famous art pieces that you're allowed to touch. So the digital copies option, you would need to destroy the original paintings, all painted copies, and all accurate photographs and video that have been taken of the piece. And then we up that even a bit more with the memory here, adding in and the memories of anyone who has memorized what the painting looks like. Okay. So that's our setup. You're an evil villain. You're destroying stuff at these different levels. What does it take to make your master plan come through? We're going to ask subjects about this for both visual and non-visual art pieces. So here are the pieces we used. We used a painting, the Mona Lisa, and we used for a sculpture, the David sculpture. For non-visual pieces, we used 3 pieces of literature: a novel, A Tale of Two Cities, a play, Romeo and Juliet, and a poem, Do Not Go Gentle on That Good Night, by Dylan Thomas. And then we used 2 music pieces, Handel's Messiah for a older piece of music, and Hey Jude by the Beatles for a more contemporary piece of music. For every point forward in this talk, I'm going to be collapsing and talking about visual art pieces versus non-visual art pieces. In all of our data, the literature pieces and the music pieces work the same, so I'm going to collapse those into one non-visual category. And why did we choose the pieces we did? We were trying to choose things that we thought undergraduates and people in the general public had heard of. We have familiarity ratings to back this up. It's not time to be in full despair. People have heard of these works. And so I'm going to show you data here from 117 subjects. It's a combination of undergraduates and online subjects. Okay, so remember we're asking, you're a villain, you want to destroy something like the Mona Lisa, or you want to destroy something like A Tale of Two Cities. So there, that wording would be like you're going to destroy the original manuscript that Dickens wrote. Would that be enough? So let's look at this original level. I'm going to show you here on the y-axis is the percent of times this was chosen as an option across items. And I'm going to show you in blue bars for visual pieces of art and in red bars, non-visual pieces of art. And philosophers would predict this original is way more important for visual pieces than non-visual pieces, because visual pieces exist in this one singular instance that you have to go experience. Destroy that original, you're done, you can't experience it. Non-visual pieces aren't like that, and lo and behold, our subjects agree. Cool, everyday people agree with philosophers. You may be looking at this y-axis and saying, wait, you said this is percent. This is from 0 to 15. You're doing funny things with data. Yes, I am. So let's actually scale this up because yes, we're finding the difference we would predict between visual and non-visual pieces. But overall, saying that you needed to destroy just the original was not an option people were choosing. If we look then at physical, digital memories and no way to destroy things, by far, the most often chosen option in this experiment for how to destroy a piece of art so that no one else could ever experience it is you need to destroy the original, plus all of its physical copies, its digital copies, and all the memories of people who've ever experienced it. I also point out, this is a notable number of people who are saying there is no way to destroy a piece of art. The Mona Lisa exists. It's out there, man. You can't do anything about it. Okay. So what is going on here? Yes, people choose to destroy the original more for a visual art piece than a non-visual piece, but people seem to believe that art exists until you destroy memories of it. We just had a wonderful talk on memory and art, and so I will just kind of highlight here, this is probably a very wrong conception of how memory works. It's a very Hollywood conception that you can kind of erase memories and that memories are these kind of permanent things. Because me telling you about a Mona Lisa is clearly not a great version or experience that piece of art. But people are thinking that for it to be destroyed, you have to destroy these memories of it. So we had some open questions left over from this study, obviously. Starting to think about this idea of when does a piece of art cease to exist? It could be that the Mona Lisa is destroyed, you can still experience some way, but people wouldn't still say it exists out there in the world. It's just you can experience it through testimony and other things. And if you think that, how much can you actually experience these pieces at these different levels? So we're going to just drill in on some of these questions or some of these answers from the first experiment. So in the second experiment, we had a modified destruction paradigm. Kind of like terms I didn't think I would use in my career, evil villains and destruction paradigms, but here we are. And so we gave people a description of an art piece being destroyed in each of the methods from experiment 1. So here's an example of that. You want to experience a piece of art, the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. Imagine that you learn the physical painting has been destroyed, but there are still painted copies of the work, photographs and videotapes of the work, and memories of others who have experienced the work in the past. Okay, so you read that, and then you're asked to answer 2 questions. First question, would you say this piece of art still exists? Yes or no? You can think in your own head whether or not you think the Mona Lisa still exists. Now you can do the thought experiment of sub that out for the original manuscript of A Tale of Two Cities. Does that piece of art still exist? Then you would answer this question, to what extent could you experience this piece of art? Rating it on a 0 to 100 scale, where 0 is like, it is not at all possible to experience this piece of art. And 100 would be, you can fully experience it as if you were looking at it for yourself. So subjects would do that first rating about the original being destroyed. Does it still exist? How much can you still experience the piece of art? Then you would read a prompt like this. Now imagine that you learn the physical painting of the Mona Lisa has been destroyed, as have all painted copies of the work, all photographs and videotapes of the work, and memories of others who have experienced the work in the past. So now we're just adding the next level of destruction. You make the same ratings. Does it exist? How much can you experience it? People did this for the same visual and non-visual art pieces as from experiment 1. And again, online and Lehigh subjects. So here are people's responses for does it still exist? Here are the original. So upwards of 90% of people, if you say the original manuscript of A Tale of Two Cities was destroyed, people are like, yeah, it still exists. There's printed copies out there in the world. But significantly less people will say that the Mona Lisa still exists if the original painting was destroyed. We see this difference again when you then add in the destruction of physical copies and of digital copies and of memories. So what you can also pick up here in an overview is, does this still exist? Non-visual art pieces are existing kind of up to the point where memories are destroyed. We asked that second question of how well can you experience this piece. So now I'm going to show you data. This is for when people said it still existed at each of those levels of destruction. And we see this idea that people are like, yeah, it still kind of exists, but it's not as good of an experience of it as these other levels of destruction to it have happened. Okay, so what should you take away from that? Non-visual art is believed to exist through more levels of destruction than visual art. So non-visual art can kind of persist in this way that visual art might not. But there are still people willing to say both types of art exist even when no one remembers them. So this is just pulling out the data for you've destroyed through memories. And there's still like people in this 12 to like 15% of people will say, yeah, that piece of art still exists, even if no one has any memory of it. So one takeaway for that is art isn't easy to destroy. So what is this about? Is this about art, or is it about these pieces of art? We're using these like very famous kind of collectively known pieces of art. So if we use pieces of art like this, like a child's drawing of what their mom should do less of, drink wine, if we use something like this, would people have the same intuitions? So that's what we did in a follow-up experiment. We tested non-famous art pieces. Here's a list of those. I'll just say that this is probably one of those moments that was like, kind of a peak moment in my career where I just sat around naming non-famous art pieces. And these names still make me laugh, of like Star Journey and Don't Tell the Neighbors. But as you read these, you should say, these are not famous art pieces, but these are pieces of art. So our question is, if we have people do exactly the same ratings as I showed you for that second experiment, does it look different from famous art pieces? So maybe these things don't exist once you destroy the original. Reminder of data for the exist ratings for experiment 2. Here's the ratings for non-famous art. What should you take away? It looks the same. Here's experience ratings for famous and not famous. What you should take away. People treat non-famous artworks mostly like famous artworks. Okay. So, yeah, I can already hear the what? This weird what? So some overall summary, open questions. Different types of arts differ in how they can be destroyed and their experience. It both contradicts and fits philosophical stances. So this is like both cool and really tough for philosophers of art. Artwork is something bigger, more permanent than a given piece. Maybe that's not something I need to tell this audience, that art seems to have this bigger meaning than its physical space. Something we've done in follow-up studies, I can always talk about in the Q&A, what can serve as a proxy for another piece? So if you can't see the original because it's been destroyed, what can you see that will give you an experience of that? And I will take away, please do not let the takeaway of this talk be don't go to art galleries, as I started with that example. Rather, experiencing art is obviously really important. It just also can be done in really unpredictable ways that we need a lot more research to understand. So thanks, I'll be happy to take questions at the end.
All right, it's my pleasure to introduce our last presenter, Erika Hölscher. Erika is a professor of theater in the College of Arts and Sciences. She's also the Associate Dean for Faculty and Staff Affairs in the College of Health. She is the Associate Artistic Director and a member of the board for the, and I will butcher this because you gave me a difficult task, Idiopathic Radiculopathy Consortium, a Philadelphia theater company specializing in absurdism. Her work has been exhibited at Jasper Community Arts Indiana, at LUAC, and she has completed over 125 designs at Lehigh University and beyond. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Stacy Brennan and I very cleverly contrived to have to keep the interactivity of this presentation a secret from you until this very moment. And so off-brand Sharpie markers are being passed out right now, and hopefully you all have something to write on because we're going to get to that in a moment. But I'll start by talking about the 7 dimensions of wellness that provide a framework for understanding satisfaction and happiness in life. As I'm sure you can probably recognize from your own case, there are many factors of identity and features of life such as age, location, family background, and education that cross over and impact these dimensions. And I am arguing that arts are an element that can be supportive to all of these dimensions, but today I'm going to be focusing primarily on the emotional, spiritual, and physical dimensions and how they can be positively impacted by the arts. I think a lot of what I have to say can also touch upon the other dimensions as well. The definition of health as well-being means that it is not merely the absence of disease or infirmity, but that it is rooted in society and culture. Participation in the arts and observation of the arts provide a sense of wellness and belonging, and interest in this phenomenon has recently been growing, and some are even experimenting with prescribing arts for some of the maladies that we face today. However, there are understudied aspects of wellness in the arts, particularly when trying to define what is wellness and what is art. And one question that quickly arises is whether one has to be good at arts or talented in order to derive benefits from participating in them or observing them. And so who sets those standards about what is good or what is effective art and how it works to improve mental and emotional health is a question, to be debated, especially when you're looking at the difference between Dollar Tree arts versus a famous Matisse painting. And too bad we cannot see that video play because you would get to see how the giant carrot was made from materials at Dollar Tree. As children, none of us hesitated to participate in the arts. Our play was full of performance. Our playtime also included creative activities of all kinds. We never questioned whether we could do art, we just did it. So what happens to us as adults that makes us feel that we are incapable of doing an activity that is so innate and natural? Who knows? We're going to try it out right now. We're going to experiment and explore with a game. I'm going to lead you through a drawing game, and the rules of this game are displayed here. It is, you can't do it wrong. There's no judgment of quality to this game. The purpose of this game is humor, not creating great art. I'm going to give you 2 words, and you are going to draw those words considered or taken together. I ask that you maybe take 1 nanosecond to think about what you want to draw before you start. And the goal is to try to render a literal representation of this phrase, these 2 words. Don't use symbols or emojis, don't interpret. And you're going to try to draw quickly without censoring yourself. So would you like to have a test, an example of the 2 words first, or do you just want to go for the 2 words? Okay, shaking their heads, no test. I have a spinner wheel here that I put together so I can give you the words. Yep. So the first word is canon. Canon. And the second word is broccoli. Canon broccoli or broccoli canon. You are pleased to draw a picture of that. I was hoping there would be music playing, but the sound for this is not coming through. The title of this, yeah, audio cable. Ah, thank you. It looks like you're pretty well done with your broccoli cannons there, so I'll move on. You can keep refining your sketches if you wish while I continue, because at the end, hopefully, we'll have time to actually look at some people's drawing as a broccoli cannon. So if you want to add more detail, please feel free. So some of my comments in this presentation are based on a World Health Organization report from 2019, which asked and answered the question, what is the evidence on the role of the arts in improving health and well-being? So these are the categories that they defined to put the arts in. They are supposed to define active and receptive engagement in the arts to transcend cultural boundaries, because this was a worldwide experiment, and be flexible enough to allow new art forms to develop. So I'm going to start by talking mostly about the theater and performance, and then I'm going to segue into the fine arts. And I also want to explore a little bit about the origins of theater and performance, because I think that those can help inform why the arts are so prevalent in our world today. That 165-page WHO report contains 900 publications, including 700 individual studies, demonstrating how the arts support wellness. The outcome was a map of the current evidence demonstrating the potential value of the arts in the promotion of good health. It is found that there's a substantial body of evidence on the benefits of the arts, that the arts hold promise in tackling the difficult and complex problems of our day, and that art interventions are both beneficial and cost-effective. So when we think about how some people don't appreciate the healing properties of the arts, it's stunning to realize how predominant they are in our society, and that they come from our ancient ancestors way back when. We have arts in our homes, offices, community buildings, libraries, hospitals, airports, etc. Large-scale artworks are throughout the Lehigh Valley, including on the campus of Lehigh University. And so their ubiquitousness, I am saying, can be traced back to our ancient ancestors, who were all makers and doers. Every time we go into a public setting, we are putting on a performance of sorts. We are performing ourselves within the civil and behavioral laws and expectations of our society. We all wore a costume when we came here today to participate in the Art Symposium. And probably this weekend, we're going to take in some entertainment on our downtime, hopefully. There are two theories of the origins of theater and performance, which I think also relate to fine art. The two are not mutually exclusive or absolute. There could be other reasons for why humans decided to act things out or to participate in creative artworks. And the first one that I'm going to discuss is that the arts are based in ritual. When human societies feared aspects of the natural environment, they sought to wield influence over them by creating and enacting rituals. And these are things we still do to this day. And they have performative elements. I'm thinking about graduation ceremony, which is soon to come, and everybody will wear their medieval robes and their medieval hats, and we'll have speakers, and then people will parade, and it's a great performance and a rite of passage. Ancient societies around the world participated in large-scale performance events in which people would travel from a great distance to come to a pilgrimage site or a landscape that was understood to have special significance for the purpose of creating community. And in this special space, the limitations of earthly existence were transcended, and healing, reconciliation, and transformation were achieved. I think this is a wonderful way of thinking about museums, theaters, galleries, music halls, and any artistic space. They are set aside sacred places. And we also find that these exist throughout the world. So they are global, if not universal, and they get distilled down into graphics or shapes that are found on other artworks and objects, again, ubiquitous to our society and kind of expressing this ritual theory of the origins of theater and performance and art. Another theory of the origins of art is the storytelling theory. The storytelling function of theater applies to art as well, because I think when you're going to see a painting or something like that, a sculpture, it is telling you a story. You are filling in the gaps of the story if you don't know the whole story. And it is a way of sharing. So storytelling can be a transfer of knowledge, personal experiences, an identity. It's a way of debating issues in a community. And both storytelling and ritual are often performed by experts in a society. Perhaps actors, performers, musicians, or in this case, the case of ritual, a griot or a shaman, because they are helping us to translate or transfer into the healthful aspects of art. One of the most famous storytellers of all history was Homer, who wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey, and you can see he is accompanying himself on a harp that is a mnemonic device to help remember the story, but also to amplify the emotional effect of the story and to draw the audience into what he is talking about. And also, the ancient Greeks invented the major genres of drama that we think of in Western, air quotes, theater today, of tragedy and comedy. One of the most important features of tragic theater was this element called catharsis, which is the release of emotions that the audience experiences when they fear what is happening to the heroic character in the play, and they are also relieved that those things are not happening to them. By contrast, comedy was created to alleviate the stress of the tragic plays and the stress of everyday life. The comedic jokes that the ancient playwrights liked to tell are, I think, found in any sitcom today. Just go on Netflix, pick out a sitcom, and you'll be watching these same jokes because they're based in familiarity. We laugh at things we recognize and know, and we all love the healing power of laughter. So while the ancient Greeks were humanists in classical Indian theater, we see a direct correlation to religious beliefs because the ancient outline of theatrical production, the Natya Shastra, is considered a holy text, and theater was given to humanity as a gift from God. So there you have a direct connection to the spiritual and healing powers of the theater. Also, in storytelling is still a practice that's going on today. It is so common we barely notice it. Again, it is the fundamental basis of human exchange and the foundation of all forms of entertainment. It serves a relationship building function because we learn about people from hearing about their stories, and sharing our stories helps to amplify our diversity, a feature of art that promotes belonging and wellness. So this is just a couple of examples of different storytelling organizations that exist in the contemporary artistic world. And of course, at Lehigh University, we have our own pedagogy in the Department of Theater around storytelling with Cassie Johnson's Act Like You Know. So this tradition is alive and well, even at Lehigh University. I think to a certain extent that all theatrical, film, TV practitioners, everyone involved in storytelling, consider ourselves to be bringing those values to our communities, because we talk about being transported outside of our everyday lives. We're challenged to think differently or to reframe our problems, or being greatly moved or inspired by what we have seen on stage. We want to feel uplifted, relieved from the worries of life. We are more able to cope with challenges, and these reactions all bring about emotional and spiritual healing. They also promote physical healing because they help to do things like lowering blood pressure, lowering heart rate, and making people feel just physically better, relieving stress. So as all of these plays and stories are shared in the community, the shared experience builds a communal sense of belonging and helps us to reflect upon our conflicts and problems to better relate to one another. There is a formal version of this in drama therapy that is guided by the North American Drama Therapy Association, and this can take place almost anywhere in any context. It uses play, embodiment, projection, role, story, metaphor, empathy, distancing, witnessing, and performance to help people make meaningful change. And what's interesting about this is you don't have to be good at it. That's exemplified by the fact that we've had the Cornell Interactive Theater Ensemble here a lot to help this community deal with some of the issues that we are facing. So I'm going to segue now and talk about cave painting. When was the last time you thought about that, I wonder, as the one of the earliest ways that human beings express themselves by creating images. The oldest cave painting is one that was found just recently, I think, in the Liang Karapuang cave on the island of Sulawesi, Indonesia, dated to 51,000 years old. It depicts a human figure interacting with pigs. I should have picked that out of the spinning wheel, but other cave paintings like the one in the Chavot cave in southern France are commonly thought to be around 30,000 to 32,000 years old. And the ones in Lascaux in France are of a similar age. Cave paintings are found on every continent except Antarctica. They generally feature animals rather than humans, and that's an indication that at that point in time, human beings did not dominate nature, and so we needed a way. We needed a way to see ourselves as being powerful and strong. We needed that future vision of the survival of humanity. In this particular cave in Lascaux, the paintings are incised on the walls so deep within the caves that probably no one but the artist ever saw them. However, they also required scaffolding in order to be able to be painted. There are sockets for the scaffolding that can be found embedded in the walls of the cave around the painting. So this is a huge endeavor. This is a huge lift, a form of civic art and a community ritual to help inspire the success of the human species. Art therapy, a little bit more established than drama therapy, is the formal effort to use that deep instinctive drive of human beings to express ourselves through images, guided or focused on supporting health and wellness. And my assertion here today is that we can all be our own therapists by participating in and interacting with the arts. And it looks like how much time do I have? I can't read it. 5 minutes. Okay, sorry. And so I'm going to skip forward here a little bit. I encourage you to look at this mask project that is called Arts in Healing for Warriors, that helps to heal those who have experienced traumatic brain injury, but also just encourage you to think about all the different ways that the arts inspire wellness and health. There's such a long list included in that WHO report that I would have to have another 10 minutes to go through how the arts help us vent negative emotions, reduce fear and anxiety. They are an outward expression of inward conditions. They help us remain in the present and therefore lessen anxiety, inspire coping skills, help us communicate, especially things that are intangible that cannot be communicated in other ways, and just encouraging and supportive of all kinds of mental, physical, and emotional wellness. So while I would love to now gather anyone who's willing to share their drawing, to pass it to the end or just hand it to me, I'm going to turn on a doc camera, and hopefully we get to end this session with a bit of a laugh. I'm going to share a broccoli cannon. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, okay. This one has one big broccoli. I can see what we're having for lunch now. It's all coming from the broccoli cannon. Okay. There's a lot of similarities between these, but somebody was writing music with the broccoli. Oh yeah. See, they have the right idea. It's ready to munch. Okay, this one I love because it looks like either trees or just scribbles, you know? We don't have to be experts to create artwork that's profound and exciting. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Erica. So I would like to invite all of our speakers to take a seat there at the podium, and invite the audience to ask questions pertaining to any of the presentations or the topic of psychology and health and how it intersects with the art. Stand or sit, however you want to do this. Yeah, microphone is on the table. Maybe I'll sit there. And yes, we invite questions from the audience about any of the presentations or anything about our topic. Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for your wonderful presentations. I wish I could ask all of you all questions or do one of the, for all the presenters, but I want to make sure everybody else gets time. I have one question for Alma, if I may. I suppose this is more falling into the range of part of Jessica's presentations about the philosophy of art, and I'm wondering if what your perspective is on the relationship between the art itself and then the title, whether it's the original title or a fictitious one, and if you think that the work of art is both, and there's like the art when the actual painting, when it has a title, it becomes something else. So when you have the one piece of art and it has its original title or its pseudo title or fake title, if they are two distinct works of art in combination, especially considering the results of the experiment.
That is an excellent question, which I almost feel like I can't fully answer. I felt generally a little bad about assigning these, odd titles to real pieces of art and broadcasting them to the world, right? Or to all the participants who took part in our study. Because I feel like we don't do justice to, the original pieces of art, which were titled by the creator intentionally, right? But for the purpose of the study, yes, we took this apart and, assigned, randomly kind of titles to these pieces of art. So it's a kind of a philosophical question if that changes the piece of art, but I think it definitely could change the perception of the piece of art, right? It seems to have less an effect on memory in our study, but we don't know, if the original title that was given intentionally to the piece of art would have created even longer lasting memories, right? It would have made a difference. Empirically, we don't know that. But it's a very good question, and maybe, a question I'm not really fully equipped to answer because that's not my field of study, how, how titles and art create kind of this uniqueness and how that might impact cognition. Jessica, do you want to say something about that too? Because your talk also,
Sure. Just imagine that picture I showed of my collaborator looking disappointed as I now try to say things about philosophy. But I think an argument could be made that if the piece plus the title is the piece of art, that changing that title, you are actually changing it is a new instance and a new artwork. So like in some of the data I was showing, if you change like one word of a play, that is now a new instance of that piece, and so things like that. So I think from one philosophical point of view, you would say that is now a new artwork because the title has changed. I think it's a different question of whether or not people would perceive those as different art pieces, or would they say, well, the title that is context in the way that Amodei talked about it, but not part of the piece. I don't know if people bind that. I think that would be a great question to look at, and luckily we've got a gallery here where we could look at those things. Yeah, so I think it's a really interesting question of whether or not people perceive it, and I think there's some predictions you could make out of philosophy of art to that extent. Sorry about those aggressive hand motions towards the microphone, but that was just,
I know, for accessibility. Hi, thank you all. This was really a fascinating panel. So I wanted to ask something that would kind of try to connect all the papers, even though I have specific questions. So I feel like this question of memory persistence obviously links the psychology papers, but also, hi, I'm Jody. I'm a religion professor. And also, when we talk about questions of ritual and cave paintings, we're thinking about persistence. And also, I think when we talk about public health measures and play and serious play, we're also thinking about, well, how do things persist? And I'm actually thinking about Dominic's opening remarks and moments of precarity, because in moments of precarity, issues of persistence, memory, resilience become really crucial. So even though in some ways your examples are disparate, I also see those issues of memory, persistence, retention, that which cannot be destroyed, linking them. So I'm wondering if any of you wanted to comment or be in conversation together on those themes, or maybe that's a little too broad.
I'll try. I think that from the perspective of arts and wellness, it is not the final product that's important. The preciousness of the artwork that gets created is lesser than the preciousness of the experience, the person that creates it, in being able to say something and communicate something and show the truth of themselves and be heard within the world, because the art is the final outcome is transitory. You might not always get to keep it, but the experience that you have of expressing yourself is permanent.
Anyone else?
Hello? Okay, great. Yeah, when I'm thinking about sort of like
persistence and like and getting things to stick when it's difficult in relation to art. And I guess specifically in this instance of like public health things, I think about sort of like a lot of strategies I think about in pedagogy and like active learning. Like if you're trying to like communicate something, and in this case it's sort of about healthy relationships, but or in these other cases it's about like an experience with an artwork. I think there's something similar there, and you want to think about I like to think about how what is the like medium and way to reach people that will sort of like that connects to how they're already thinking about and experiencing the aesthetics of the world around them, and what will allow a sort of like continued flow of that, you know. So teenagers, it's in parents' games, you know, or it's contemporary looking graphics that don't feel scary, you know, or overly institutionalized.
Maybe one last comment to that too is we are learning more and more that actually art is very beneficial for learning. So if you engage creatively with all kinds of materials by incorporating art into the learning process, learning is much more successful. So that is another element where maybe for the learner, art becomes very, very crucial in creation. And again, experiential learning, active learning.
I have a question about destroying art, but we don't even go that extreme. But art and censorship, right? I guess some of my questions are. I thought it was really interesting, Jessica. I'm thinking about theater in particular and the examples that you used, right? Like Romeo and Juliet, that is a written piece of literature that I might learn in English class, but it's also about a performance, right? And so if I could destroy all copies of Romeo and Juliet, if people can still act out, right, the play who have memorized all the characters or something. I'm curious. I'm just sort of curious about performance art and how that translates to how do you destroy something? How do you destroy dance, right? And I guess I think about that now in terms of, well, it might be hypothetical to destroy something. We certainly see, especially with literature, censorship, right? You have to take this out of your libraries and things like that happening. I'm just curious as to your thoughts there.
Great questions, Rochelle. So one thing I've learned from this philosophy of art literature is they tend to kind of section off a lot of the performance art or art that's harder to talk about. There is then each performance of it, if it was actually doing something different in a play, could be seen as an instance of an artwork. So you start getting this kind of rabbit hole. Things like jazz music are hard for philosophy of art because it does change in each performance. So it would be thought of as almost the performance is the instance of it. And then what we're talking about is the actual literature form, which is treated a bit differently here. But I think this idea of censorship, maybe, I haven't thought this out completely with my data, but maybe this is a nice, a comfort we can take, that even if things are censored, books are removed from libraries, books are burned, they exist in people's memories. And you cannot destroy that. People don't think it can be destroyed, that it'll continue to exist. So maybe it's, don't try to censor it. There's no point. It still exists. And even, this is just not a question you asked, but highlighting to other data we have where we asked people about how you could experience a work through a proxy. And the short of that is if you want to read Pride and Prejudice but can't, Sense and Sensibility gets you most of the way there, is how people think about it. That feels right in that example. But this idea that you can see other works by the same artists for both visual and non-visual art pieces and get a lot of the way there, I think that also speaks to this question of censorship. That if you want to censor a piece, I think you might, in the way people think about art, have to censor everything by that artist. Because other experiences of an artist's artwork is going to get you some, not the real experience of that piece, but somewhere. If you've seen Romeo and Juliet, Troilus and Cressida, you haven't seen that, but it turns out they're similar, both by Shakespeare? Okay, you got part of the way there.
Yeah, I think that's, I was thinking about this myself, it's super intense to think about the eradication of memory and how that's actually accomplished, But in this topic of censorship, it's like, art is often used as a way to sort of, replacing memories with other artworks. There's a long history of that. Yeah, and this, oh my gosh, it's too early to go so dark, but I think like, you can think about how different like cultures will use other arts to try and shape things. And I think Shakespeare actually can be an example of this, like Shakespeare, we all know Shakespeare, but that was also in a way to sort of censor and eradicate other cultures through colonialism. Shakespeare, so it's like, it's not only that, but it's, even this thing we remember has taken away our memory of other things. But I like to think of art as, just, it's more like the experience of it. Like, even if you were to not remember it, I feel like it changes us, you can speak to that, or-
And I was just going to point out, not to end on a downer or anything, but art gets destroyed all the time. I still lament the burning of Alexander the Great's library in Alexandria, which lost inestimable plays by the ancient Greeks that we know were in the library, but we have no copies of them remaining. The works of Emily Dickinson she requested that they be destroyed, and yet her sister discovered them after her death and kept them, and that's why we have them to this day. There are artists, one that comes to mind, a great painter. He was a middle school math teacher in Australia who was painting by night, and no one knew, not even his family members. He did not want to be exhibited. He did not want to be known. But after death, he is enjoying huge amounts of interest. So becoming famous or being known is not always the reason that people do art. And sometimes it's for their inner purposes.
I have a comment about titles. During the 1940s and 50s, when abstract painting was becoming a genre in America, the painters often refused to title the work because they felt it inhibited the perception of the work. It channeled it in a way that might not be as accurate as direct perception of the work. So when it was exhibited, it was numbered for catalog purposes, but never titled. They were really offended by the idea of titling it because it was sort of casting it into a narrative context when they wanted the form perceived.
Thank you very much for that comment. I'm aware of that, and that is absolute interesting and valid comment here, and maybe also concern for our own study, right? We gave it titles that suggest something that might not be there, or was definitely not intended by the artist. We don't know about AI. I don't feel bad about titling AI generated art, but the true artists, we probably did a disservice there. Yeah, thank you.
First of all, thank you. It was so interesting, and I'm really looking forward to talk to you all about, because I have so much to think about. I actually wanted to ask about the AI, because I think we're not talking about whether the AI generated images are good or not, because also AI is generated by someone that is behind the keyboard and asking something of him to do. So that can also be better or worse. So I think that in a way, if we want to differentiate like what's the response, we also need to think about, is this a good AI generated image or not? We take as granted that like the MoMA ones are, okay, they're expert people already saw them, so they're like good enough to try on. So that's something I thought about also. I would love to hear what you think about it also.
Right. Well, we specifically selected that AI online gallery because the paintings that are generated there or posted there are very sophisticated. Some of the images that you saw earlier when I asked you to rate them are actually AI generated.
I'm sure.
And perhaps not immediately apparent, maybe to the audience, hopefully not, which ones were the ones that were AI generated. Maybe perhaps you recognize some of the artist generated work, but the AI ones were selected to be on par with the others and perhaps indistinguishable. And our participants were not able to discern for the AI-generated ones, which ones, are they true artist work or are they AI-generated? That gallery employs sophisticated AI networks by actually training two separate networks, one on creating art pieces and the other one as the evaluating piece of those created art pieces, and an iterative process, making the pieces more and more and more sophisticated, such that they cannot be, differentiated from true artist work, supposedly.
Yeah.
So when you look at that AI gallery, it's actually quite impressive what's created. My suspicion is, though, that again, what is lacking there, of course, is kind of this intentionality or human element, and also inherently perhaps a novelty that comes from true artist creations. And my question generally for AI and memory is whether or not perhaps even extending, art, maybe look at novels or fiction, if things that are created by AI, because they are not necessarily novel and creative, they actually are perhaps not as well remembered. Because memory is always about novelty and curiosity and latches onto these elements. And if they are lacking, things might not leave, long-lasting traces.
Thank you. Just saying that the AI I see it also as a medium, so in a way it's a new artwork also.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you.
I have another comment about memory in art and destruction of art. It's possible that anyone or many people who see a painting like the Mona Lisa or maybe a Vermeer will thenceforward be reminded of it every time they see a young woman sitting in front of a majestic landscape, or a young woman reading a letter and experiencing the mystery of what is she reading, who it was from, what is she thinking. So because of that recollection of the experience of the painting, they will interpret the ongoing world in terms of that artwork, which makes it have a kind of eternal meaning that is not destroyed or lost, but amplified.
That's a very, very interesting comment. And there's certainly a lot of thought in the memory research that, the way or about how our memories actually shape our perception of the world, right? Our memories are basically shaping who we are and who we become over time. So we see things through our own memory lens and interpret things through our past experiences. So yeah, thank you. That's a very interesting comment.
I would agree with that. Also, from the perspective of what I know about indigenous forms of art, that in which durable messages or community structures and beliefs are encoded, that have created community, they have created culture over time and through time. And to this day, if you are initiated into a specific group, you can read the messages within that piece of artwork and understand it and know it. And have the knowledge that it is conveying.
Thank you. I really, really enjoyed the presentations and the contribution. It was a really great discussion. And what it got me thinking about was how art is an expression and derivative of other things. And people take art. And I was wondering, Jessica and Alma, like in your research and in your projects, like, was that something like when you destroy memory, you may destroy memory of that one thing, even if that's possible, but then you destroy all the other art that was created as part of it, or as inspiration or reinterpretation. And I kind of feel like when you think about art and storytelling, like, are things, is anything really new or singular or only? And in particular, when you're talking about AI generated art, that's all trained on human created art. So when you're looking at it, of course, it's hard to distinguish sometimes because it is taken and inspired and reinterpreted. So where is that line?
I'm glad we're getting to the really hard questions. So thinking about, that when you were speaking to this issue of like, is anything new? I'm thinking specifically about a type of art, which I of course cannot remember the name of, someone help me, where people, artists take pictures of other art pieces. And so it's like, this is not an example, but it's Mona Lisa, you take a picture of it and it's called After Mona Lisa. And that is now a new art piece. And I can't remember what that style of art is called, but it is literally taking exact photographs of other pieces. And then, so there's nothing new to it, but it is new in that it's a new artwork, it's a new statement. We didn't really talk on this panel too much about that idea of like, is this art or is that not art? Because I think we all talked about it as art is what you are making. And if it's new in that moment, the experience of making it, Erica spoke to so lovely, like in such nice ways, like that is part of the art. And so is anything new? Maybe it's everything is new, that every moment when you see an art piece, if you've got new memories leading up to that, it's now seen in a new context and it's going to evoke new emotions, going to evoke new memories. And every piece of art that's made, regardless of what it's been inspired by, is now a new art piece because of that moment in that context in which it's created. Art is everything? Is that what I just said? I think art is everything. That's what I...
All right. With that, I will end the session. Thanks again to all the presenters and the audience. And I hope you enjoy the rest of today. Thank you very much.
And scene.
Hello, and thanks for coming, and thanks to William Crow and the art galleries and the Office for Research for sponsoring this symposium. It's really a pleasure to see all of you. You have some handouts, and there's an agenda there because you can read the bios of the people participating, and you can also see the poems. So one of the things about writing art songs is that the poets don't get benefit. They get some money if they're still alive, but hopefully what the art song does is to pique people's interest. If they hear a song where the poem is interesting, they'll go and read the poet. So I hope you will actually look at the bios for the poets and take a glance at the poems. Normally, these days, when we do concerts that have words, we project the words on the screen. I thought that would be distracting because you're going to see a lot of images. So if you have a chance, in between things, and you want to glance at the poems or certainly take them home and read them, that would be great. I love writing art songs. That is, taking an extant poem and setting it to music, one of the essential interdisciplinary activities of Western music from the 1700s in Italy and especially Germany in the 1800s. I like writing art songs because a poem gives me a rhythm, a structure, a narrative, or a set of images to which to react. In other words, I don't have to start from the abyss of infinite possibility that music without words or narrative provides. I believe it was American composer George Crumb who said, and I paraphrase, that a composer doesn't find their voice until they find their poet. That was certainly the case with Crumb and Garcia Lorca. It was certainly the case with my teacher, Earl Kim, and Samuel Beckett. Little advertisement. There's a beautiful documentary about this very wonderful but unknown Korean-American composer, Earl Kim, that we could see next week at Lehigh on Thursday with that documentarian here. It's free. There's a poster outside. And it was certainly in my own case, I kind of found my voice as a composer when I discovered the poet Dana Gioia. He's not on today's program. When I discovered the poet David Ferry and started setting his poems to music, he pointed out that several of the poems I chose were ekphrastic. Despite my brilliant education, I had no idea what that word meant, and discovered from David that it was poems that reacted to paintings or images or photographs. That set me on a course of setting ekphrastic poems, and you're going to hear all of my ekphrastic poems here today. There are two more layers of reaction or interpretation in what we're going to call this multidisciplinary activity we're presenting today. Once the poet has verbally reacted to the artist and the composer musically reacted to the poem, the performers react to the music given to them. So for instance, in the second song you're going to hear, which is called Cithara, there's the poem and the interpretation of the painting describes a set of beautiful people embarking on a voyage but leaving their children behind. So the music for the beautiful people is consonant and lovely, and then when the children are reacting, it becomes more whole tone, a little more dissonant. So it's very simple, yeah, like that, direct musical reaction. But when I wrote everything I wrote today, I wrote for this duo. They are like my family. Anyway, when I first gave it to them, Jessica immediately said, well, when the children come, can I change the color of my voice to make it more nasal, to make it seem more angry? And then Oren chimed in and said, well, I should play it closer to the bridge so I can get a more distinctive and kind of snarky sound from the guitar. So here's another layer of interpretation. When you see the third poem that we set, Fête Vénitienne, which describes a painting by Watteau, there's also an image I'd want you to latch onto, like I latched onto, because David Ferry imagines that the painter Watteau is actually playing the bagpipes, entertaining somewhat his friends and his rival Fleugel. And so the opening thing that you hear in the guitar is really the guitarish imitation of a bagpipe. Boom, you want to play it? Opening E and B. That's it, thank you. Okay, so let's hear this first set of ekphrastic songs on poems by David Ferry and paintings by Millet and Watteau.
In the middle of the day, in the great shadow of the green stack, the harvesters are resting and having their midday meal. Boaz is approaching with a woman, meticulous as cattle in their attention to the task of resting and feeding. Some of them seem not to have noticed. Others regard her with the slow, blind, thorough look that cattle have. Spellbound in the noontime heat. There they go down to the fatal ship. They know how beautiful they are. The ship will sail very soon. The sea will cover them very soon. Unknowingly, wave goodbye from the shore, children. I can see how your faces change in the sight of their going away. Wave to them, their Their sails are of silk, they're very pretty. The sunset is all smiles, radiance, the hues of a first or last innocence. You look hungry, children, tired, angry. Very beautiful is the manner of their going. Music is playing about the mast. Their lovely faces look lovelier still compared to the angry children. Under the Burin's meditative gaze, caught in the cross-hatching and close working of the great engraving of the great painting Fete Venetian. Entangled in the entrapment of the scription, as if in vines entangled, or the entanglement of the veins, it is woe to himself, a naked soul suffering the humiliation and pain of the company of fellow human beings. Dressed up as a shepherd, pretending to play the bagpipe or music for them, to dance to, looking over at what's his name, at Vlogel, monstrously civilized great turkey cock, here shone displaying all his gorgeous plumage in grandiose dance. While all about in studied mutual disposition, others were, and Venus was presiding over the scene, and over all this, the great embroidered trees.
Thank you. So you notice that there's actually now one more level interpretation on this multidisciplinary art, which is that there's a video journey through the images, through the poems, through the music, and that was designed by my beloved colleague, Linda Gannis, and I'd like for her to come up and say a little bit about how she did that.
Thank you very much. I was so pleased that Paul asked me to be a part of his Ekphrastic Songs project. I want to thank Paul and thank Jessica and Owen and William Crow for this whole symposium. The poet writing an ekphrastic poem engages with imagery. Paul's songs are engaging with the specific language of the poetry as well as the image. So I felt my job was to help guide the audience through a specific path that the poet and Paul the composer has taken through the painting, while also responding in the real time to the way our artists, Jessica and Owen, are performing and interpreting Paul's songs today. My mentor and most important art teacher, the former dean of the New York Studio School, Graham Nixon, who very recently passed away, always emphasized to us that a great work of art had several entry points, and the artist's job is to guide the viewer through the work in a path or pathways. In these songs, the poets have given us their paths through the work. Paul has added another layer by the elements he decides to use to introduce us to work. Is there a recurrent motif or a group of pitches that he wants us to recognize to evoke the act of persistent memory, as in his song Repentance? Could the music be set in a sensuous tango style for a poem about a marriage bed? The visual artist, poet, composers, and performers have made specific choices here that I, in turn, wanted to respond to with picking areas of the painting to look at, as well as the speed of the transitions, cuts between the images, and ending full circle with a look at the artist's entire image, where we all started with this work. So why do this kind of a project, I thought? As both a visual artist and a musician, I think it has to do with our efforts to intervene with the element of timing and with time itself. The artist works for a long time finalizing an image. However, a viewer can either take it in all at once glance and move on to the next thing down the gallery wall, or can spend some time actively looking at all the parts, the composition, the values, the time the artist has spent making up a whole. Music, on the other hand, by its nature, always unfolds in time. This collaborative process helps to slow down the looking of a painting and hopefully the enjoyment, like slow food. I want to just say one final word about the persistence and importance of a work of art. So these paintings, starting with Vermeer's A Maid Asleep, about which Paul wrote Repentance, the last song on the program, dates from 1657. This is 300 years before I was born. The Watteau paintings, Cythera and the song Cythera and Fête Vénitienne, 1717 and 1719, almost 300 years before this present day. Millet's Harvester's Rusting dates from 1853. This is almost the same year as the founding of Lehigh, about 172 years ago. The Walker Evans photographs, Depression-era photography, about people that are trying to live in difficult times and circumstances, almost 100 years ago exactly. So to me, the importance of the work of art is works of art are persistent. They're inspiring. They're uplifting to us. They're mirrors of ourselves and what's around us. They're reminders of our common humanity in uncertain times. Works of art are really something permanent.
Thank you, Linda. And that's a great segue to the next set of songs. I discovered this book of photographs and poems reacting to the photographs on the farm table at my sister-in-law's organic farm. And the first one you're going to hear, Land, is dedicated to her. And Cynthia Rylant is best known for her books for children and about young adults, but these very adult issues that she brings up: poverty, racism, sexism, you name it. These are pretty adult. And as already kind of mentioned by Linda, there are moments where I would hope that you would see connections between songs. So for instance, in the first song, Land, when the description is of the beautiful land, the guitar plays very mellifluous lines, but when the poet, in interpreting the image, starts to talk about the amount of work that it requires to keep the land and to farm the land, the guitar plays much more aggressive block chords. Those block chords turn into the hymn that accompanies the next song, Mission. And by the way, the image of the mission, that mission is actually here in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And Linda mentioned the erotic lover in apartment, and the music for the erotic lover becomes the music for the couple who are still trying to maintain their erotic desire for themselves, despite the fact of having many, many children already. So this is a cycle called Something Permanent, poem spiced into your island, photographs by Walker Evans.
She thought she could remember a time when the land was beautiful to her, and the clouds were the province of angels. The trees shelter, the fields wide open, riding. But her back had not stopped hurting her for decades now, and her fingers always had a sting, and eyes red and tired, and she figured she must be mistaken, must have heard something in church about that. Because the earth never was nothing but work. Lord, it was no place for a man to end up. He'd walk circles around It didn't matter if nobody remembered them later on. If nobody remembered them later on, they'd had a few moments to themselves on that stage, and nobody knew how much they would have paid to get that time when no white folks could interfere in their lives. When not a person on this earth could touch or disturb them, lest be accused of spoiling what some considered a good show. They would have worked for free, like slaves. They would have worked for free, like slaves, just for those minutes of being, just for those minutes of being no such thing. They both loved the same girl, but she wouldn't have either of them because she was married and to the store owner by God. So it wasn't worth thinking about. But at night they each stretched upon a bed and had her whole and leisurely. And when they were done, they settled her back in their mind like a soft peach will disappear into a young boy's pocket. Warm August nights. When her relatives from the south came up for a visit, they lamented her sorry state, having to live in that little box, having no fields nor trees, having no hills to look toward. She never told them how she didn't miss those things, how she would lie awake at night, her apartment window wide open, and listen to the city like she was listening, like she was listening, like she was listening, like she was listening to birds. Like she was listening, like she was listening to hymns, like she was hearing a lover, a lover. She never told them how hard it was to wipe that smile off her face. Each and every minute they complained. Of course it was hard to make love with the children in the room. But that didn't keep them from trying, and they were pretty successful, some would say, since they had 7 kids now. He would begin it by reaching over and softly pulling out a slender piece of her long hair, wrapping it in his fingers, and then, dead tired but still in love, they would turn toward each other and nestled in the warm breathing of their other babies, ease their weary minds with the 6 they knew would likely make them poorer and richer at the same time. She wanted to be sure to hear the other babies if they cried, so she nursed them one at a time. At the bottom of the stairs, then carried them one at a time, softly up, softly up, softly up. Their small hearts beating
Thank you.
Two plugs. You can hear all of these songs and all of the other pieces that I've written for them on a bridge CD called People, Places, and Pets. And if you want to see this all again and actually see the subtitles, all of these are posted on YouTube. So if you'd like to see them again, that would be nice. The final song Jessica and Orr are going to do is called Repentance. It's on a poem by Natasha Trethewey, who, if you read the biography, she was our poet laureate. She won a Pulitzer Prize. I was privileged to meet her at a memorial service for Seamus Heaney, the great Irish poet who I guess Natasha had studied with. And lots of her poems are about her relationship with her father, and it's a very both close and abusive relationship. And what happens in this particular ekphrastic reaction in the poem is that the painting by Vermeer, which has a painting over in it, and you're going to see actually in Linda's journey through it, a moment where the X-ray, you can see what was behind the painting before Vermeer painted over, and Trethewey reacts to it and imagines a scene with her father that's a tense scene between them that she wishes that she could paint over the way that Vermeer painted over in his painting. And the kind of important word in the poem is the Italian word pentimento, which means painting over or repenting for past sins. So without further ado, and I hope we'll have some time for some discussion afterwards, this is Repentance on a poem by Natasha Trethewey on a painting by Vermeer.
To make it right, Vermeer painted, then painted over the scene a woman alone at a table. The cloth pushed back, ruffles at the edge as if someone had risen in haste, abandoning the chair beside her, a wine glass nearly empty, just in her reach. Though she had been called idle and drunken, a woman drowsing, you might see in her gesture melancholia. Eyelids drawn, she rests her head in her hand. Beyond her a still life white jug bowl of fruit, a goblet overturned. Before this a man stood in the doorway, a dog lay on the floor, perhaps to exchange loyalty for betrayal. Vermeer erased the dog and made of the man a mirror framed by the open door. Pentimento, the word for a painter's change of heart. Pentimento, revision on canvas means the same as remorse after sin. Were she to rise, a mirror behind her, the woman might see herself as I did, turning to rise from my table, then back as if into the mirror's scene. It was after the quarrel, after you'd had again too much to drink, after the bottle did not shatter, though I'd brought it down hard on the table, and the dog had crept from the room to hide. Later I found a trace of what I'd done, bruise on the table the size of my thumb. Worrying it, I must have looked as she does. Eyes downcast, my head on the heel of my palm. In paint, a story can change, mistakes be undone. Imagine still life with father and daughter, a moment so far back. There's still time to take the glass from your hand or mine.
Thank you to Linda for her great journeys through these songs and paintings, and to Jessica and Oren for their wonderful interpretation. Do you have questions? Comments? Okay. Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to congratulate the person who helped you by doing the slideshow, which I thought was exquisite and carefully done and coordinated beautifully with your music and poetry. And I'm interested in the photography of Walker Evans. I wonder if everybody knows the one that's in the permanent collection downstairs. It's taken from the cemetery, looking down toward, I guess it's 4th Street, and all the worker houses, which repeat the shape of the gravestones in the cemetery. It's a stunning photograph. It's very large. And the other photographs, you have a nice list of them here where they were all taken. But I was recalling with the photographs of the rooms and the rocker and the stairway and all the wonderful things that coordinated with the poetry. James Agee and Walker Evans during WPA worked together on a book called Let Us Now Praise Famous Men. And Walker Evans took a lot of photographs there which look very much like some of the ones in the slideshow of the interior of workers' dwellings in the South. So I just wanted to alert people to that in case they want to look at more Walker Evans. But the whole thing was beautiful, the music and the slides together. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question for everybody, because sometimes I have issues with having so much information, because you've got image, you've got words that you're hearing, you've got music going with the words, and you've got the journey through that. What do you focus on? What did you focus on? Sir. I'm glad to hear that, because that is the intent, but I worry that there's so many stimuli. Kara. which is my best marketing ploy for either buying the CD or going to watch it on YouTube.
Out of the corner of my eye see the slides, because when we've done this in the past, sometimes the slides are a little bit behind us, and I wasn't able to see very much, but like little snippets, and it was very cool for me to get to have the opportunity to even just a little bit of, so I was appreciative to get to do it here in this setting.
I would have liked to see the slides, but I was looking at the iPad every second, and Jessica, that's all I was focusing on.
And various, we've made some changes since those recordings, little bits of difference. So hopefully it wasn't too, like, wait, they did that so fast. Thank you, Linda, we do too.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Too short and too far away from the microphone, which is very humbling. Thank you. All right, it's now officially 1 o'clock, so we're officially going to get started. I am super excited to chair this panel, which I think was the one I was most excited to see. So contractually, I have to be here, so that's great. So I'm Kate Bullard. I'm Director of Research Development in the Office of the Vice Provost for Research. We're really excited to be the co-sponsors for this event when William came to us, and we thought, okay, let's see what happens. We just threw the doors open, and all these interesting ideas and groups of people walked through, and I'm really excited to kind of see what they have to say today. So we're going to start with the first presentation. Great painters are, I did not practice this word, protoheliologists, is that right? Close? Okay, designing the flow of paint. Jim Gilchrist is the presenter. He is the Ruth H. and Sam Madrid Professor of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering. He directs a laboratory for particle mixing and self-organization, focusing on research areas such as particle technology, rheology, transport phenomena, and interfacial science. Most recently, his group has performed experiments studying fundamental aspects of particle separation on the International Space Station. So I'm going to end with that because I think that's probably the most exciting thing. All right, thanks.
Hi, I could choose to pick up the microphone, and that's going to be a disaster, but I'll try that for a second. And so thank you very much. This is a very different kind of talk than I give. Usually the audience is more like preaching to the choir. And so how many of you are scientists in your own definition? And how many of you are artists by your own definition? All right, and I truly believe when I said, are you scientists? Everyone should have raised their hands because you explore nature in one form or another. And if you're an art, you didn't say you're an artist, well, you're an artist because you've created something, right, in your life. So we're all scientists, we're all artists, okay? I am definitely not an artist, but so I'll go against my own rules. So great painters are proto-rheologists is the proper way to pronounce that. I'll give a definition in a second. Just to hit home of why in the world would I talk about this type of thing. Oh, I forgot to say, anytime I give a public-facing talk, I like to talk about the institution I'm from. Well, I'm from Lehigh University. I'm very proud of the fact that our institution values the principles of our equitable community, and it means fostering an inclusive and equitable environment that takes all ideas. So just always should take a moment to say that to a diverse group of people. So the credentials as a scientist studying coatings. I have a few, okay? I'm gonna go through this quickly. I've had students, I've had patents, I've had classes that I've taught. I'm a member of international societies. I have had lots of funding in this area. I make cool research on coatings. None of it is art, zero, okay? I watch paint dry for a living. That's what I do. And yes, it's that exciting sometimes, all right? And so just real quick, I make coatings, and then I scale up coatings, and then I coat metals on the coatings, and then I coat things around the coatings, and then I put those coatings in paint, and then I make paints that change color, So we actually know how to make the paints and so forth. And if you go back 200 years, the artists had to make their own paints. Let's remember that. So as much as you love to go to their Dick Blick or wherever you get your materials, imagine 200 years ago, you don't even know what a molecule is. You don't have an idea of modern science, and you have to make your own paints, right? So I know this side of the art. I don't know the creative side of art nearly as well. And just to my credentials as an artist, paints and coatings, that's it. That's the sum total. So that's me sometimes. So just to frame this, the thesis is, great painters are proto-rheologists. So what is proto-rheology? And this is a long definition, and then it goes into what is rheology. So let me just break this down a little bit from the standpoint that rheology, I'm part of a group of scientists that study how things flow. It's that simple, okay? And so it's the deformation of flow and matter, the study of flow. We have symbols. Panta-rhe means everything flows. So we see the world as things that flow, and we study them, okay? And so from a scientific viewpoint, whether you're thinking about glaciers, or you're talking about paints, or you're thinking about blood flow, and think about everything you see in motion. Crowds in a mosh pit have been studied by colleagues of mine at other universities, okay? And it's simply to think about when I put a force on something, it'll deform, and you can measure its deformation and the resistance to that force with a parameter known as viscosity. And people have heard of viscosity, that's, And so, but we take a very literal definition of viscosity in my lab, not, it seemed viscous. And then if you look on the internet and you look at art in viscosity, you get all kinds of weird things, actually. So people are inspired by that word. That's great. So, but in my world, you use very sophisticated instruments. What's shown here is probably $200,000 worth of instruments. And again, 200 years ago, the idea of these things, pre-Newton, there was lots of beautiful art, right? And so what were they thinking? How did they design paints? How did they get to where they are now? So there's also a lot of math behind these things. I'll show some equations, not many. And the other thing is materials have memory. So you think of water flowing, right? It doesn't really have a memory. It doesn't remember that it came out of the faucet and so forth. But if you squeeze your toothpaste, it certainly does. There's a history of the deformation in the toothpaste. You see it in the mixing sometimes. You see it how it behaves. And so I'm going to go through some of these concepts that are formalized now, that were not formalized when artists thought about them, and try to relate those things together. And as I said, this is a very different kind of talk. I hardly even practiced talk. So, but we think of it in terms of equations, but again, back then, it's a very sensory thing. So proto-rheology is literally using senses to measure quantitatively rheology, or viscosity, and how things flow. So that is the definition. And so if you're doing this with your palette, there are lots of things happening, right? You can see that the material is deforming. You can see there are multiple colors. Those colors blend, right? And most science and art talks, I believe, are really focused on the color of the paints. And that makes sense. But they literally wouldn't be there if the paint didn't do what it was supposed to and keep it there, right? And so I'm a real believer in that rheology is more important than color in paints. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion, but I'll try to impress that upon you. How about that? All right, so here's there will be lots of Van Gogh. He was really great at not just painting impressionist works, but also there's as much texture as color in his works, right? So if I take this little farmhouse in the background and you zoom in, so digital art will never reproduce what you see in an art gallery. We were talking about that just a few minutes ago. So this is what you see up close, all right? And you literally see the history of how his brushstrokes, and you see that the paints didn't mix. On a single brushstroke, there's places where he had multiple colors and they didn't mix, okay? He wasn't trying to blend them intentionally, right? And yet there's also textures that are catching the light in a very different way from this angle than that one, right? And the fact that it didn't fall off the canvas after how much time, right? So these are all kinds of chemistry and engineering principles that have gone into the art, right? So this is called impasto, the idea of adding texture. I didn't know this term until a few months ago when I signed up for this talk. But when you're thinking of impasto, there's so many different things that go into it. So there's simple viscosity, diffusion, mixing, complex viscosity, shear, thinning, yield stress. I'm just going to start going through these terms. If I have enough time, I'll go through them, but I'm not going to go in detail. But just all the dimensions of what paint does besides put color on a canvas, right? So diffusion is entropy. It's mixing. You can think of molecules. All the red ones start at the right, gray ones start at the left. I like picking some parallel art pieces. This is literally called entropy. And there's a lot of things about temperature and the size of the particles and the pigments and how fast they would mix. They mix faster than you could spread them on the canvas. They probably wouldn't get the same kind of works. And yet when you want to mix paint into a blended color that your eye cannot perceive the differences at the microstructure of it, that you get yet another color, right? And so there are some equations here. I think the most important part is there's a time scale. There's a time to work with these paints before they blend, before they mix, and then before they dry. This goes from a liquid-like substance to a solid-like substance that's going to last hundreds of years, right? And so if I even just take a digital image of this and blend it, you can see, this is a digital rendering, but at different scales and different times, how much the color blends together. That is part of designing paints in themselves, right? And then how long diffusion takes. I mean, this is literally geography. So I work with geoscientists also who talk about how long does it take for these features to go away. Guess what? They're not going away. So that's great. Go visit your national parks now, but they'll be there later. But it has evolved over time. There's actually something called the Deborah number. I'm not going to talk about it much, but it's a biblical reference. And Deborah had a vision of the flow of mountains over time, right? And so the idea is time scales relative to the time that you're observing them, right? All right, so here's an example of mixing. I have two dots, and then there is some sort of deformation. And you can see one mix incredibly well through stretching and folding. And diffusion hasn't quite taken over here, but yet the other one just kind of moved in a circle and didn't mix. It's undergoing a similar flow, just from a different part of the flow. We know exactly the mathematical structure behind these flows. We understand mixing precisely. This is not something new or still to be discovered. We often, in fluid mechanics, we don't talk about the flow evolution. We talk about the flow is. Because if you have a mathematical description, once you have a mathematical description, it's there forever, right? So the idea that 2 points in time would exponentially diverge is what's happening over here. And these are not chaotic motions over on the left-hand side. Here's a great example of two dyes, and they're going to mix it. It's a friend of mine, Paulo Radia, a Penn student doing that, but it's a classic experiment from the 50s. Now he reverses the flow. There's no trick of camera, and you see it unmixes, right? And so there's flows where things will mix, and there are flows where you can intentionally have things unmix. At very viscous things, moving very slow at small length scales, they are mathematically precisely reversible, right? Now, none of the paints that Van Gogh used, don't worry. But it's a cool demonstration of how flow influences diffusion, mixing, and how paints might come together. And so back to, obviously this is not what you expect, that you'd move your palette around and it would unmix, right? You've never seen that before. But in this case, they were on streamlines that didn't cross each other. Here they did. And as you look at what the artist is doing here, this is also another Van Gogh, on a single brush stroke, not only do you have different colors, but you have different textures, almost like icing on a cake, right? So I'll come back to the things that give that. So, sorry, out of order animation. So again, we think of it mathematically as something that deforms from force. We define that as stress, force per area, but it's not force pushing on something, it's tangential, right? I'm tangentially moving material and it's spreading the material out, right? And then you can think of how fast I'm doing that relative to how thick it is. That's called a shear rate. I won't have too much math in here. So this is the most boring painting you've ever seen. I'm drawing down a paint sample on a glass slide, right? And it's a special paint because we can look inside it. But this is what we do at PPG or other large companies to test how paint behaves. So before the artist has used it, it's been tested this way, right? And so you can think of different ways that paint is going to spread. It could spread in a way that's very predictable. It's called Newtonian, meaning I double the force and I double the deformation that results of it, all linear, and the shear stress to the shear rate is proportional. And then a lot of materials you interact with, like hand sanitizer, hair gels, are what we call pseudoplastic, and they get shear thinning. They get thinner as you manipulate them. There's also materials called shear thickening or dilatant materials. They thicken up, actually. Egg yolks are a great example of this. I'm trying to push a piece of eggshell out. The faster I go at it, the more it moves away from you, right? You have to go very slowly to do this. Paints typically fall under what we call Bingham plastics and Bingham pseudoplastics. I don't have a lot of time, but Bingham used to hang out at Lehigh University, actually, years ago. He was a Lafayette professor, but he did most of his research during the summer as a non-sabbatical here. So, and the biggest award in my field is called the Bingham Medal. So, and the idea there is that this profile here, the idea that you have a certain amount of force before it starts flowing, and the fact that then also somehow it is thinning out, all comes back to the fact that inside there's microstructure. There's things that are grabbing onto each other. There's forces and deformations, and you can think of this as polymers, you can think of these as particles, but they literally, if we were a crowd of people trying to get out that door as fast as possible, we would jam. Our own rheology would change depending on the concentration and how fast we're trying to deform, right? So here's another example, that paint that I drew down. This is from our lab. We're looking inside the paint. These are pigment particles, literally, during drying. So this is sped up over time, but it looks like a simulation. This is an actual experiment where we re-rendered where the particles were, but from the time where it starts to the time where it's drying and then eventually sets up the full height of where the particles are, we're looking inside the paint. We can get an idea of where these deformations come from and how they influence the rheology. So the resistance changes the microstructure influences the resistance. It's very complementary. This is a friend of mine, Emanuela Delgado, and then I'm trying to pepper it in with other art. I would say her work is art as well, but looks like microstructure, but this is pretty random. We're talking about non-random things. Once you deform them, it's not random. They're aligned with the way you've deformed it, right? So yield stress and creep, these are terms from rheology. Peanut butter, icing, right? Great examples of things where I have to force it a certain amount before it will start flowing, right? And great examples of this, again, hair gel. 3D printing is probably the most modern version of this, that I have materials that I print and then they stay in place. Toothpaste is a great example of this, by the way. And paints are a great example of this. But toothpaste flows out of the tube, but doesn't flow between your bristles. And if it didn't do one of those two things, you wouldn't buy it ever again. Procter & Gamble doesn't make billions of dollars a year anymore. Same with the paint companies. They have to precisely control their rheology as much as their color. So 3D printing is enabled through this process. This is Leslie Chow's work here at Lehigh. So, and if you look carefully at the history and different, so this is from downstairs. I took this picture half an hour ago while I was listening to some other interesting details about the art gallery. This corner here, if you go to the side, you can see that the brushstroke is captured forever in that artwork. A digital rendering of this will never do enough to give you an idea, right? So there's also unmixing that happens. If you go to the Getty and look at lilies and understand how the color has changed over time, they believe that this is more purple than blue. And what will happen over time is things will demix because particles will still continuously move over long periods of time. That might have been happening a little bit during the painting. They believe also there is some bleaching. But this, you can truly have paint of one color. When you paint it, when it dries, it's an entirely different color because some of the particles are now presented at the top that weren't. There's great science behind paints that, paint-like materials. When you dry them, other materials get to the top, right? And here's a cosmetic, which is just a form of painting, folks. I teach a class on coffee and cosmetics. That's really fun. And you can see the paint as it dries, other things are coming to the surface instead of it just remaining glossy. If you want a matte substance, there's literally other waxy-like things being presented at the substance to do that, at the surface to do that. All right. There's also cracking. I won't go too much into that, but if you look very carefully at these paintings, the fact that they don't crack, that was Van Gogh's secret. That he designed paints through how they feel, that when they're thick, they didn't crack. This is actually very counterintuitive. The thicker the paint, it should crack more. That's why he was a master. So if you look at some of his other work, this was done the same summer. There's lots of cracks in his paints here. This is up from this corner here. And of course, we don't want cracking. We're trying to prevent cracking, right, of these paintings. But this is the same physics here are very much related to cracking in mud, right? We understand how these things work precisely now. They did not 100, 200 years ago. All right. So I'm at the end here. I think my time is just up. Real quick, I just wanted to thank my inspiration. I don't give talks like this, but my former PhD advisor does. And this is definitely a reach out wide for me in my career to talk about art related to my science. But I picked him as perhaps someone who does art, but also his science was very artistic. These are experiments, and then everything in his own books are hand-drawn. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll be happy to answer a quick question if we have time. Thank you very much.
Fabulous talk, by the way. Super color nerd, paint nerd, so I'm right on your wavelength. When you talked about when we go to museums and galleries and we see older paintings and the color fades and changes, and you were talking about how the paint particles they settle out, or how does that change occur?
So I probably misspoke a little bit. So as they dry, they will partition. But some of the color that's originally being transmitted is the fact that you're seeing through layers, and one layer is being exposed more to the elements than the other one, right? But it's not that it's homogeneous through and through, right? And so some people think of it as bleaching of the paint itself, in the sense that, maybe the top looks different than the middle now, but it was always layered to give that color. And the top surface is now not projecting the same kind of, reflective, wavelengths that and allow transparency to give you the same color it originally had. So it will as you dry, you can have things partition as they dry, and then there can be subtle motions after that, but mainly probably that top surface. You didn't expect it to be a homogeneous paint. It was actually layered because of the way it dried, not because the painter necessarily put layers there.
Right.
It was actually could have been very uniform and demixed as it was drying.
And this would take like 150 years?
No, that part would happen during the demixing would happen during the painting, but then how it degrades ends up being sensitive to how it was layered.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thank you.
Are there other questions?
What causes the demixing? Is it like the density of the different particles, or?
Okay, there's a couple of things. It can be density. Often size of pigments matter. So if I think of a wet layer and then I have a drying front, so I'm getting rid of the solvent and it's moving along. If it's moving fast, smaller particles can diffuse out of the way and larger particles are snowplowed behind, right? So that's one other form of partitioning that you might not think of, in that regard. There's also surface energy. Particles will get trapped at interfaces and then crowd and push other particles out of the way. But there's definitely a variety of things that can happen to cause partitioning during drying.
One last question.
Chemist.
I was going to ask about the chemistry. Did they figure out the chemistry of what Van Gogh did to prevent the cracking when his paints dried?
Yeah, I don't.
Was it the chemistry or was it this?
Yeah. So I mean, that's a good question. I think the belief right now is that he painted in a few different layers, and we know industrially, like if you're doing your auto body coating, that if you start with thinner layers, they won't crack, and then you build up layers on top of that, that you are more resistant to, you won't have as many drying stresses set into the formula. And so it may have been sheer luck, it may have been something he designed, but again, it's really about how stress is set up in the painting, so if you just go immediately thick, more likely to have cracks. And if you start thin, you can break up how those stresses are propagated through the vertical structures of your paint.
All right, thank you. Thanks very much. You can applaud again. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna move on. If you guys wanna get set up, I'm gonna let them sort of arrange themselves. So our next presentation, Blasting Boundaries, How Art Integrates the Chemistry and Culture of Explosives. Nothing's gonna explode, right? Nothing is gonna explode. Okay. Okay, health and safety. So let me just introduce everyone. Maybe you guys could raise your hand when I introduce you. Okay, so Rebecca Coroso. Rebecca is a first-year student from Nutley, New Jersey, and is studying molecular and cellular biology. She plans to pursue a path in academia and research genetics. Andrew Barbarisi, I'm so sorry, yes. Anders is a first-year student from Philadelphia and is studying biochemistry. Lily Balfour is a first-year student from South Carolina and is a behavioral neuroscience major with a business minor. Charlie Yee? Charlie is a first-year student from Las Vegas. Yay, sorry about that. And has declared a biochemistry major, which is in the chemistry department. And then, let's see, over there we have Professor Lorenzo Svietti, is a professor of literature and medicine with a joint appointment in English and Health, Medicine and Society. Professor Liz Young is a physical chemist with an appointment in the Department of Chemistry. Is there anything that you all need here? Do you need this microphone?
They're going to use them.
Yeah. All right. I'll let you guys take it away.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kate. And thank you everybody for being here. It's really great to get to show you a little bit about what we are doing or what we were doing. We wanted to just set the stage for what you're about to see. And this art in collaboration started with a first-year seminar that Lorenzo and I taught in the fall. We were trying to bring together science and culture, and we designed this big question seminar to bring together, integrate science and humanities, to challenge students to think holistically. So like in every single class, or I'll get to that on the next slide, we tried to really integrate both the science and something about history or literature or film. And this was centered around the idea that there are certain technologies that are really transformative. And like once you uncover that or discover that, you really can't go back. And explosives are one of those. And so we built our class around explosive chemistry. This just is a very busy slide to highlight what we did in the class. We tried to bring together humanities concepts, listed here, chemistry concepts, and we had the students do a series of assignments that tried to integrate both of those. That's the My Chemical Explosive project. They picked one explosive, and then they had to do a series of activities or assignments based on that. And what you're going to see today are two of those assignments. One was to write elemental poetry, and one was to write a narrative that followed an explosive reaction. Go ahead. So I just wanted to highlight in our class, we really co-taught every class together. We had some chemistry, you'll see in the blue circles here. I had my chemistry demo, and we at the same time were also doing detailed close readings of text. And there's some more. Okay, keep going. Yep. And we actually had the students as well go into the archives and did some archival research, which we won't be able to highlight now, but we did want to say that we did that. And that is some of the information and research that you will see coming up in their stories and in the poems that they present. Comes from some of that work. All right, I'm going to turn it over.
Thanks so much. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a background about what you're going to see. So we're going to start by seeing the presentation showing these two different forms, elemental poems and parafictions. And so elemental poems, what they ask students to do is follow the life of one element, in this case nitrogen, that you're going to hear from an explosive compound, for example, nitroglycerin, and follow it before, during, and after an explosive reaction. The footnotes in the assignment are what demonstrates the understanding of the fundamental chemistry or the history and what the choices are made of representing them in a particular way poetically. So in this case, you're going to see two elemental poems, one for nitrogen, nitroglycerin, and one for nitrogen and ethylene diglycol nitrate. Excuse me. And then we also had a narrative assignment, what we call parafictions, which weave fact and fiction to explain facts. And this is talking about the factual chemistry of an explosive compound's history, not just an element and its reaction, with the broader focus on the social life of the compound, either its history, its social or environmental consequences. And we will have the footnotes read by the author here, and you're going to be seeing them again for ethylene diglycol nitrate, and also one that you might be familiar with, Semtex. And on to the arts.
Hello?
Okay.
I'm Charlie. My explosive was nitroglycerin, and this is the bond that shatters. A pair of nitrogens adamantine hold, a latent fury, hellish power endorse, a gas that few can tear apart, primed to rupture, desolating force. It starts with one lone nitrate bound, dangling from its carbon frame by a single bonded oxygen atom, suspended still but poised to change. 3 oxygens clutch tight to our azote's fatal attraction. Betwixt them all he sits confined, one has both their hands on him. And he doesn't mind the attention, as an ion he felt no qualms, but deep down he knew too well, with another nitrogen he belonged. And as if a miracle were answered, before him did she appear, nitrogenous woman of his dreams, her gaze made the oxygens leer. With cold eyes they let go, and our nitrogens approached. They hit it off immediately, a chemistry like 3 electrical ropes. For once they understood chaos, the two floated in delight, and the moment their hands touched emerged a flash of burning light. When their vision had returned, they saw many nitrogens too, shooting off for the horizon. Quickly after them they flew.
Power.
So when nitrogen gas forms, a lot of energy is stored and released. And the important part is the release of energy because that makes the explosion temperature of nitroglycerin hotter.
A gas few can tear apart.
The triple bond between nitrogen atoms is relatively hard to break and it's really stable.
Primed to rupture, desolating force.
When nitroglycerin decomposes, it releases a lot of gas, including carbon dioxide, water vapor, and nitrogen gas. And the nitrogen contributes to the vapor that expands during the explosion, which correlates to a larger force.
It starts with one lone nitrate bound.
So the nitrate esters, which are shown on the left, are the source of nitrogen and nitroglycerin, which is shown on the right.
Dangling from its carbon frame by a single bonded oxygen atom.
That's a reference to how the nitrate ester is actually bound to the carbon in nitroglycerin. You can see the single bonded oxygen next to the R in the left photo, where the R would represent the carbon.
Suspended still but poised to change. 3 oxygens clutch tight to our azote's fatal attraction.
Azo is just the old name for nitrogen.
Betwixt them all he sits confined.
So the personification of nitrogen here helps situate where it is in the nitrate ester, and you can see it's right in the middle surrounded by oxygens.
One has both our hands on him.
That's another personification for the one oxygen that's double bonded to the nitrogen.
And he doesn't mind the attention. As an ion, he felt no qualms.
That's a metaphor for ions having a tendency to bind with other ions for stability. Since the nitrogen is being personified as a guy, him being an ion is like being a bachelor. And since the oxygens are personified as women, he doesn't find their attention.
But deep down he knew too well with other nitrogen he belonged.
So since nitrogen has a triple bond with other nitrogens, they're really stable, and that strength and stability is being compared to our nitrogen's sense of longing for someone like himself or another nitrogen.
And if as a miracle were answered, before him did she appear?
So the nitrate esters in nitroglycerin form what are called nitrate ester bonds, and these are really sensitive to small forces like jolts and shocks. So the miracle of another nitrogen atom appearing is like representative of how quickly and easily it is to start the nitroglycerin decomposition reaction.
Nitrogenous woman of his dreams, her gaze made the oxygens leer. With cold eyes, they let go.
So whenever you break bonds, it requires energy. So it's endothermic, and cold eyes is a metaphor for that endothermic process.
And our nitrogens approached, they hit it off immediately. A chemistry like 3 electrical ropes.
So nitrogens have a triple bond, and when you draw them out, it's just 3 lines. So that's where the 3 ropes comes from. And it's electrical because the bonds represent the sharing of electrons between nitrogen atoms. And the word chemistry itself is also a metaphor for the compatibility between the 2 nitrogen atoms in the poem and the diatomic nature. That basically means that whenever you have nitrogen gas, it's always 2 nitrogen atoms bound to each other, not just one. So they have some special like compatibility.
For once they understood chaos.
So nitrogen exists as a gas because of its entropy, which is defined as disorder, randomness, and some people call it chaos. And it's used to calculate energetic favorability, in this case delta G, where if delta G is negative, that means that the substance in that state of matter is spontaneous, or it doesn't need external energy to stay at or reach that state of matter. And for nitrogen gas, delta G is negative at all temperatures greater than negative 196 Celsius. So in basically every normal condition, like in this room, nitrogen would be a gas.
The two floated in delight,
That's just another reference to nitrogen being a gas.
but the moments their hands touched emerged a flash of burning light.
So like I said, when the nitrogen bonds form, it releases a lot of energy, and there's no actual light, but it does help situate the amount of energy that gets released and the increase in temperature.
When their vision had returned, they saw many nitrogens too,
That's another reference to the diatomic nature of nitrogen.
shooting off for the horizon.
So in an explosion, gas expands, and that's relevant because in principle, that's where all the force in an explosion comes from.
Quickly after them, they flew.
So there's personification throughout this poem, and that creates a sense of anthropomorphism. So rather than assigning obscure human traits or actions to the atoms, we can establish a narrative. And consequently, the poem becomes an allegory for the role of nitrogen in nitroglycerin, where I use the romantic aspect between the nitrogens and oxygens to describe their interactions. That's all from me.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is my poem describing the role of nitrogen in the combustion of ethylene glycol dinitrate. In the comfort of a molecule still I sit, bound to oxygen for it's my best fit. For the time being I'm in a steady state, till shockwaves come and cavitate my fate. The ripples affect me to the core, I just can't stand to be here anymore. It's the last time my friends and I will hang, because suddenly we're separated with a terrible bang. Taken from my nitrogenous brother, no longer a pair. Such is life, not all things are fair. Born from fire, forged with a roar, free as an eagle I begin to soar. Still, sad I am, because I'm alone, but abruptly I see nitrogen looking like my clone. We come together in a glorious embrace, and together we drift through space. Though me and my pair have much to disagree on, we admit to each other that it's fun to act like neon. No nonsense nitrogen, not even nominally. We stick together and fit phenomenally. From nitrate to nitrogen, my journey is complete. I become my true self through the pain of heat. I am N2, and for as long as I am able, I will stay this way because I like being stable.
In the comfort of a molecule, still I sit, bound to oxygen for it's my best fit.
In the structure of ethylene glycol dinitrate, each nitrogen molecule is bound to two oxygens in the functional group and an oxygen in the backbone, as seen there.
For the time being, I'm in a steady state till shockwaves come and cavitate my fate.
So the way that a lot of ethylene glycol dinitrate is exploded is by a process called shockwave detonation, which makes use of the phenomenon cavitation, which is where air bubbles form in the liquid EDGN, and when they implode, it releases heat, which combusts the fluid.
The ripple affects me to the core, I just can't stand it here anymore.
This is another reference to how the shockwaves cause the ripples that cause the explosion.
It's the last time my friends and I will hang, for suddenly we're separated with a terrible bang.
The bang is the moment that the EDGN explodes, causing the chemical reaction that allows nitrogen to be freed. And it's also onomatopoeia, which emphasizes the explosive nature of the compound, and the decombustion reaction is pictured.
Taken from my nitrogenous brother, no longer a pair.
This is a reference to that when EDGN explodes, both the nitrogen atoms are initially severed from all of their bonds and left alone, although only for a brief moment.
Such is life, not all things are fair, born from fire, forged with the roar.
The fire and roar are references to the explosion of EDGN, and the delta H decomposition is shown there, which is the amount of energy that is released by 1 mole exploding of EDGN. And as you can see, it's very exothermic, and it's very hot.
Born from, free as an eagle, I begin to soar.
This is because after EDGN explodes, the nitrogen becomes a gas, and it shoots away from the explosion at rapid speeds.
Still sad am I because I'm alone, but abruptly I see nitrogen looking like my clone.
All nitrogen molecules and atoms are theoretically clones of one another, but in this instance, the word clone is meant to represent the other nitrogen atom from ethylene glycol dinitrate.
We come together in a glorious embrace.
The pairing of two nitrogen atoms forming N2.
And together we drift through space. Through me and my partner have much to disagree on, we admit that it's fun to act like neon.
So nitrogen gas and neon gas don't have similar chemical properties, but they are both very stable gases, which is the context they're being compared in here.
No nonsense nitrogen, not even nominally.
This is alliteration. The purpose of no-nonsense nitrogen was for alliteration, but also because N2 is relatively inert for a gas, and the phrase not even nominally was added for the purpose of alliteration.
You stick together and fit phenomenally. From my nitrogen, my journey is complete.
In the structure of EDGN, nitrogen is in the functional groups, which are nitrates. However, after the reaction, it's simply nitrogen gas.
I am N2, and for as long as I am able, I will stay this way because I like being stable.
Hello? We're gonna move over here. So this is also about the chemical EDGN, ethylene glycol dinitrate. Andrew and I both worked on this short story, and it's called The Toxic Relationship. And for context, there's 3 characters. So I will be reading most of it, and Andrew and Lily will be helping me with the other 2. I just bombed my math test, Gail whined. Please tell me you're having a better day than I am.
Yeah, my day was fine, Forrest replied.
Forrest seemed off that day to Gail. Usually Forrest was blooming with energy and much more vibrant. Wow, you seem so chipper, Gail responded sarcastically. What's going on up there? Gail gestured up toward their best friend's head.
Oh, you know, just school, Forrest briefly replied.
Gail's brow furrowed. Forrest had never been this quiet and had always chirped back in Gail's ear. It didn't matter what mood they were in. They've always talked about everything. And how's Ethel doing? Gail spit with a sour face. Gail never had a good feeling about this Ethel character. Ethel was new to their school, only showing up this year. They had taken quite a liking to Forrest as soon as they arrived, but never seemed to be a very stable person.
Ethel is fine. We are great. I'm sick of hearing your worries about us. Gail, Forrest snapped.
Forrest never snapped, especially not at Gail. They had been best friends for as long as she could remember. Speaking of the devil, Ethel began walking towards them in the hallway.
Oh, hey there, Gail. I heard my name. Hopefully only good things, right, Forrest? Ethel sneered, putting a tight grip around Forrest.
Of course, hot stuff. I have nothing bad to say about you, Forrest responded, completely changing their demeanor from before.
Gone was the drained face, replaced with adoring eyes. Forrest's face turned towards Ethel like a sunflower turning towards the sun.
Well, we best be off. See ya, Gail, Ethel says, turning Forrest away.
Gail scowled as their friend walked off, not even bothering to say goodbye. Gail figured to try and call later when Ethel wasn't hovering over Forrest. Getting home from school, Gail picked up the phone and dialed Forrest's number, only to hear Forrest's voice say, "Hey, this is Forrest. Sorry I couldn't pick up the phone. Please leave a message." Devastated, Gail threw the phone and stormed off to distract themselves. All they could think was, as they did their homework, was how Forrest could be so easily swayed. Over the next few days, it was as if Gail was watching Forrest be broken down more and more. Forrest blew off Gail, ignored them as if they were made of thin air. Rather than the previous best friends, now the couple roamed the halls side by side. Forrest was doing less and less activities. They no longer needed any clubs, opting to rather watch Ethel's sports practices. It was as if the more drained Forrest was, the more energized Ethel seemed. Finally, Gail couldn't take it anymore. After school, they cornered Forrest. "What is the matter with you? Why would you stay in such a toxic relationship?"
I'm the one in a toxic relationship? How dare you? Forrest exclaimed.
"Yes, you're the one in the toxic relationship," Gail continued. "I never see you anymore because it's like you're not allowed to see me. Every time I pass you in the halls, it's like you're a shell of who you once were. You don't bloom anymore, Forrest. You're dried up, and you won't let me give you a fresh breath of air, choosing to remain in Ethel's toxic cloud." Gail was breathless as the words flowed out. Forrest looked back, not in understanding or even hurt. All that was there was anger.
Ethel has done nothing to warrant such hatred. You're just jealous that I'm in a relationship, Forrest snapped back, crossing their arms.
That's what you think this is about? You really think that I care that I'm not in a relationship? I would rather be single my whole life than be forced to blow off my best friend just for some jerk.
How dare you call Ethel a jerk?
But I don't lie, Forrest. That partner of yours is starting to rub off on you in all the worst ways. I never thought someone could ever be able to break you down the way Ethel has, Gail said. There was no more anger, no more sadness, just pure disappointment as Gail looked at Forrest. Forrest, who couldn't even meet their gaze. Forrest, who was their best friend for years, just drifted off into her own mind. Forrest's mouth began to open. Gail hoped that they finally broke through to the friend they once knew, only to be snuffed out by Ethel coming up to join their conversation. Forrest's mouth only closed. Their gaze shifted to Ethel. Listen, Forrest, I didn't want to do this, but I can't take it anymore. It's either Ethel or it's me, Forrest. Me, your best friend since forever. I can't stand by and watch this person as he breaks you down to nothing. Forrest's gaze finally met Gail's, but in the end, Gail couldn't decide what hurt more. Was it the fact that Ethel smirked back as they walked away together, or was it the completely blank, empty person that locked eyes with them?
We're good. Okay. Cool. 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm going to read my parafiction now. Some brief context. It doesn't really matter. Some text is just very interesting. The history is very interesting. This was a great class. We have a research paper. I suggest if one day you could read it, that would be really cool because it's really cool. All right, it's called Innate in Chaos. I still remember the first time he got the news. I watched his face morph, starting with his mouth. It fell open softly as his eyes widened, pupils darting around wildly, yearning to absorb the information around him while simultaneously taking in none of it, hands trembling on the worn oak table beneath him. His hands, they reached up to cover his mouth, achingly slowly, as if attempting to block the gasp from escaping, many moments too late. His fingers were tinged at the tips. They expressed, in their hue, a vital void, cyanosis. He was in shock. November 1972. Tensions were high throughout the world, although they had been nearly my whole life, so I suppose that's nothing of particular note.
That this particular batch of letters were directed against a Jewish organization by a Palestinian organization called Black September. The creation of Semtex itself took place between the end of World War II and the beginning of the Cold War.
Notes. Notes. Aha, right.
Yeah.
Although, I guess they were letters, not notes. It was November of 1972 when he got the news, when a slew of letter bombs packed with his tender child were shipped to institutions, Jewish institutions. It was then that his invention claimed its first known victim, although truthfully, it was more a series of unfortunate circumstances that led to Dr. Anish Shakori's demise, as opposed to the blast alone. See, the letter bomb only partially exploded when he opened it, but there he sat at his wooden desk, and the explosion got a little out of control. The desk splintered, wood flying everywhere, until a piece suddenly pierced Dr. Shakori's heart. I had to watch as his chest heaved, blood splattering messily across the once pristinely arranged desk. His eyes darted around wildly too, until they stopped moving altogether, and it seemed as though the room darkened at the same time it grew quieter.
It was suggested that this piece of the wood splintered and entered his heart, and he likely would have survived, given that it killed him only and created a small amount of unconsumed Semtex, meaning that the full reaction didn't occur. There was another letter bomb in this in 72 that exploded in the face of a recipient, leaving him burned and scarred.
I didn't mean to kill him. I didn't want the desk to strike Dr. Shakori. I didn't even want to find Dr. Shakori, but I didn't have control. The postage was sent, and me along with it, the harbinger of death. I didn't want to torment him with my presence when the news first broke. I figured, after what I'd done, he would be ashamed of me. I thought he would resent me for the dishonor I'd brought to the family, for this horrific thing I'd been goaded into doing. Instead, when his hand ceased trembling, he reached up and gently stroked my head, assuring me that it was all right. He told me he knew I hadn't done it on purpose, that I'd been led astray.
Semtex was used in commercial blasting and demolition as early as 1964. Its malleability and other qualities lended itself to versatility and capacity for successfully completing a great deal of operations in underwater blasting. Its malleability allows it to conform directly to the shape of the object which it must explode. And the fact that Semtex was waterproof makes it useful for underwater blasting, as the water will not deactivate the components, nor will it set off at a high level of pressure. It could be inferred that Semtex's creator did not intend for Semtex to be used in acts of terrorism, so he obviously would probably not blame the explosive itself, rather the individuals behind it.
But as I tossed in fitful bouts of sleep that night, burning at my core, no rest. The more I contemplated what I'd seen, the more I stewed over my life, the harder it became to remain content with the life he had built for us. Beginnings are sweet, of course. I distinctly remember the calls Stanislav made to his brother, gushing about how excited he was to welcome me to the world, his invention.
There's a deliberate choice here to refer to the inventor by his first name. The choice implies familiarity on behalf of the narrator, which is Semtex. The choice of the first name represents an emotional distance, even tension between father and son that will become evident soon.
I was his world for a time, and he was as fascinated with me as he was with his first love, literature. I filled a void in his heart that the Czechoslovak army put there years before.
Breva, the brother of Stanislav, detailed his conversations he had regarding his brother's excitement over the capacity of the plastic explosive, especially being able to carry it around in his pocket. This affordance was due to its stability as well as its power. However, also Stanislav loved more than science, literature. That was his first love. It was actually his science teacher that convinced him to continue with chemistry rather than pursue literature and philosophy. In this narrative, the military conscription of Berebra is what removed him from his love of literature. The characterization also plays into the negative representation of the Czechoslovak army that will become evident toward the end of the narrative.
He was so engrossed in me that I genuinely believed, for a time, he must have lost track of every other thing in his life, as names and places became a fuzzy backdrop in comparison to the work he did daily with me. He took me on strolls, tucked safely away in his warm pockets. He showed me the world I would one day inherit, that I would become a part of. He wanted me to change the world, and he slept soundly at night knowing without a doubt that I would. And so, as I tossed and turned in bed, now overcome by a stifling heat, I questioned the audacity of the man to sit there and tell me, the night following the homicide I committed, that it had not been my fault, that I had been led astray. I couldn't fathom it. No, I had not chosen to commit the murder, to kill that innocent man, but it had to have been someone's fault. I could not sit there and blame the terrorists, as I knew there existed in the darkest corners of the world those who would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. It was the job of smarter, more moral individuals to anticipate these flaws, to put in place preventative measures. Now, Stanislav is a moral man. He would not design me for something so foul. But Stanislav is also not a stupid man. To claim my purpose was not nefarious, to defend himself so thoroughly from guilt on the vague notion that his intentions were good and that he could not be held responsible for how others put me into practice, all to keep a clean conscience, was sickening. I could not sleep all night, yet once his trembling hands calmed me, he lost not one wink of sleep. While he carried on effortlessly, the media ran me into the ground. He always said it wasn't my fault. I knew it was his, because I knew that it was impossible for him to truly believe that the development of a plastic explosive commissioned by the Czechoslovak army, a military branch under rule by the Soviet bloc during the Cold War in the early 1950s, in direct competition with the American plastic explosive, composition C4, whose desired characteristics were power and stability, was going to be used solely for blasting and demolition.
Berber also discovered that Semtex was impossible to detect via X-rays as well as also odorless. These properties were desirable as it allowed it to bypass security machines in airports and impossible for bomb-sniffing dogs to detect, making it perfect for terrorist and covert operations.
It was clear that my purpose was to kill, to be a vehicle modern warfare, discreet, undetectable, and deadly.
The Czechoslovak army distributed Semtex to the Eastern Bloc militaries. A Czechoslovakian company specializing in defense equipment also sold Semtex to Libya during this period in an attempt to bolster the Libyan building boom of the 1980s. This Semtex was then distributed to Libya, would later become implicated in terrorist attacks by Libyan terrorist organizations, as well as the PIRA and IRA, as they both sought revenge on similar groups, the British and American governments, enemies of the communist bloc as well. By handing over his invention to the Czechoslovak army, the narrator of the story feels as though Brebra enabled a hostile military with wide-ranging enemies across the world access to his explosive.
He made me a monster before he handed me over to the Czechoslovak army, then acted surprised when I was put to my intended use. He was never apologetic, had no regrets.
Brebra defended Semtex repeatedly by reminding outlets that American-made plastic explosive C4 was also undetectable by X-rays, meaning it had the same capacity and was as dangerous. He also claimed that Semtex was no worse than any other plastic explosive, despite its greater prevalence use in terrorism.
Many more incidents followed, and each day following an incident, my name littered trash bins filled with yesterday's newspapers. I became an integral member of terrorist organizations across Europe and Africa, my true purpose, exploited like never before. I killed and spread hatred as I looked to my father, my eyes pleading with him to somehow stop the suffering I was causing, to take away my ability to cause others pain. He did not stir, nor did he hear my call to action, sounding to him as merely a whisper, perhaps the whistling of the wind, beneath the booming of his own voice as it defended me and my reputation across the globe. He witnessed the accusatory newspaper headlines and, rather than eliminate the cause of the headlines, rather than eliminate me, his life's source of joy, he took the easy way out. He was weak. He refused to change, but I refused to stay captive to the desires of these groups, working against my will to cause suffering everywhere I turned. After the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103, in which I, crammed haphazardly into a cassette recorder and tossed aboard a piece of luggage, blew the plane out of the sky, forced to watch as all 259 passengers plummeted helplessly into the town of Lockerbie, Scotland, unable to get word to their wives, their husbands, their children, unable to say goodbye, victims of circumstance, in the wrong place at the wrong time, pawns in a political scheme, I saw him.
It only took 12 grams of Semtex to be responsible for the decimation of the aircraft, leaving all 259 passengers and crew members dead, as well as 11 more individuals killed.
He was sent there to investigate the explosion, knowing his child better than anyone, and yet he still did not concede. He said that they could not prove that it was me.
He was sent to investigate and whether or not Semtex was responsible, but he was unable to determine the identity of the compound. Nevertheless, many media sources reported that Semtex was responsible, leading to one of its carriers into its infamous reputation for terrorism.
But I looked him in the eye, and we both knew. I threatened to leave him forever, and he promised he would change. He had his family, and on the brink of retirement, he could once again enjoy his books. But he could not bear to lose his child.
He was about to retire when he was sent to investigate the wreckage of the flight. He was also a family man and was able to live generally contented life despite being blamed for terrorism. His brother did also refer to Semtex as Stanislav's brainchild, considering how proud he was of losing it. Losing it would have taken a large toll on him.
Stanislav worked to mark me, branding me to the world so I could easily be monitored, and even voluntarily added DMNB, altering my chemistry and leaving me with a foul stench.
Following the plane's crash, he did actually add both these things in an effort to prevent future terrorist attacks. The DMMB added odor to alert dogs to the explosives, but those fixes did not address the large surplus of unmarked Semtex with a long shelf life already in circulation from previous years.
But it was not enough. My reign of terror continued in flurries of attacks, and sleep deserted me entirely. I could not live with myself, nor could I live with the man who made me this way. I realized I could not forgive him, not now, not ever. I was fueled by a white-hot hatred, and it took everything in me to stop myself from losing it then and there, in that house with the wife that he loved, and with his true children, enveloped by love and comfort and something I never had, normalcy. Although I hated him, I could not kill him. I couldn't be the cause of more graves needing to be dug, my victims frozen in searing pain, disfigured. I wanted to hurt him, but I could not kill him. So while the entirety of the house slept peacefully, I slid, silent in the night, unseen, down the stairs to his room.
The characterization of Semtex stealth is representative of the discreet, odorless, and undetectable nature. The fact that Semtex is never seen again is indicative to the decline in its use following the events, especially in more recent years. The choice of Semtex leaving behind a hurtful written message somewhere only Brevet would find his book is indicative of Semtex as an explosive whose malleable nature allows it to cater to specific needs of the covert operation it's used for and often hidden in terrorist operations, undetectable by everyone except for the intended target it is aimed to reach.
I scrawled across the inside cover of his first love, his literature, Frankenstein, something I knew only he would find, before exiting his life for the last time.
The text of Frankenstein was chosen specifically because of its relationship as shown in the narrative. In Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, Victor Frankenstein creates a monster that he's supposed to love like a child, but due to the monster not living to his expectations of the godlike creation he's hoping to create, he rejects the creature, and the creature turns to violence as a result. In this narrative, Barbara creates Semtex and loves it unconditionally, despite its propensity for violence. But Semtex despises its creator for creating something so vile that it should not be loved, and especially for loving it when it feels undeservingly of love for the destruction it causes.
Ido predele tate. I don't speak Czech, sorry guys.
We've handed out QR codes that have a link to a master document that can refer you to, that they're going to be on the table right over there. And it will link you to our broader introductory context and all of the individual work of the authors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we maybe have time for one quick question now, and maybe we'll have more time for questions at the very end, but I want to make sure everybody goes. Any questions?
So for the students, Do you wish all your classes were like this?
Yeah, thank you guys for coming back to a class, because I assume you took it last semester, right? So coming back to the material, thanks for bringing it here. Thank you. All right. Ready? All right. This, as I mentioned before, I feel like I got the winning panel because I got such a diversity of really fascinating presentations. So the next one is exploring the intersection of martial arts, technology, and human experience. So it should, yeah, I think we're bringing the slides up right now. That's that's what's going to move it forward. Sorry, I have your introduction on the next page. All right, too many pieces of paper. Okay, so Zhang Shin is an assistant professor in the Department of Population Health in the College of Health, specializing in spatial epidemiology, environmental health, and health technology. His research focuses on how environmental and social determinants influence health behaviors, particularly sleep and physical activity. Using advanced geospatial and wearable technology methods, he's led interdisciplinary projects integrating GIS, machine learning, and digital health tools to assess health disparities and inform public health interventions. All right, take it away.
Thank you for the great introduction. Hi, my name is John. I'm a... Oh, sorry. Yeah. Before I talk about my talk, my talk is about exploring the intersection of martial arts, mostly talking about the martial arts, but also it's the purpose of my talk. So I really want to explore about the potential. Before I start, if you have a phone, please take a quick survey about whether you have an experience of any martial arts or what kind of martial arts experience you have. Yeah, just please put your answer. But how many? Just raise your hand. How many have any experience with the martial arts? Any what kinds of martial arts? Kendo. Oh, great. Karate. Same. Yep. Taekwondo. Yep. Anything else? Other martial arts? Tai Chi. Oh, happy to hear that. Jiu-Jitsu. Awesome. Yeah. So, yeah, this is really great because one of the purposes I really want to know about what kind of martial arts actually in the Lehigh and the AI community. I used this slide multiple times when I explain about my research area, but my major research is just physical activity sleep. But for today, I'm be here as just martial artist. I'm not talking about the researcher, not about the research. Just bring up really want to share my personal experience and some sort of the opinion about these types of research that I have some idea. So this is my third year at Lehigh, but still looking for those kind of information, but no a lot of information about martial arts at Lehigh. So that's why that's what motivated me to present about my talk. Little bit background on me. So I'm trained Taekwondo for studying the black belt. Started my 10 years when I started my Taekwondo at 10 years old, like train more than 10 years. That is really the go to my military service. Like I have my military service has a special unit like the counter-terror and some VIP guarding. So that is a really good experience in terms of the martial artist because that is a kind of one of the requirements is at least more than 2 second or third level black belts, all of the different martial arts. So my expertise is Taekwondo, but I also train with the junior champion in the Kendo or Karate, Tai Chi, not Tai Chi actually, the Karate or Jiu-Jitsu, all different martial arts. We team together and train together, and also learn the different military types of martial arts. So that really inspired me to learn about the other types of martial arts as much as well. And also, I'm also judo, first down in the judo. My majority of the martial arts is specialty is judo. Actually, that is changed my whole my life. So there is motivated about my research topic and also decide to study abroad and also really help to be familiar, to settle down in my life in the United States. So this is one of my favorite photo in the competition, like one of the big row. Yeah, so in my bachelor's major is sports medicine and kinesiology, my master's is kinesiology. My earlier study is also using those kind of things. Yeah, so a lot of competition. We have a championship in the Korea too, but when I came to the United States, also we have a multiple times the first it's a competition for the Midwest Championship. It's a college Midwest Championship. We have a multiple times of winning the first place, and also I be some coach and referee for the helping to lead the student to lead the team as a martial artist. So learn about the different country, but also have some different training and exercise all together. And at the same time, also as a coach, I also have some belt promotion about teaching, how to teaching the job skill, how to kind of cultivate those kind of activity with also promoting the other black belt to my team and a lot of promotion things. At the same time, also have a lot of training myself as a referee with any kind of new skill set from the older masters, the grandmasters in the United States. We have some regular kind of exercise. Still doing some judo practice until 2017 when I got married and my first child born, and then I stopped practicing anymore. So now try to doing something more judo right now, but yeah, that is another thing. Another martial art is a Tai Chi Qigong. I'm kind of beginner. I mean, only have a train for 2-3 years. A little bit relatively, other martial arts more than 10, 15 years training, but a relatively beginner as a Qigong and Tai Chi. But one of the good experience in my master's degree, one of my faculty member in kinesiology, they invite the faculty from China. He's a China Sports University actually established the nationwide Tai Chi program. So really good opportunity to learn how really interesting about the Tai Chi and Qigong really help to the better health in general. So one of the reasons why I want to present this, actually martial arts is really good chance, good opportunity in terms of the interdisciplinary research or interdisciplinary work. So obviously one of the work that I previously done is as an exercise science field. One of my colleagues is Dr. Moon. She's an assistant professor in the Syracuse University. When she was a PhD student, we developing the protocol and some methodology to learning about how to fall and then to reduce the fall prevention, injury prevention, like based on we using the multiple devices kind of design about the study. So using the force pad and whether the motion capture and wearable devices and capture how much of the speed actually they impact on the preventable the impact when they fall. And that is kind of result. When they have some training session, they definitely have a reduced amount of impact when they falling down and also reduce the speed or those kind of positively influence on when kind of combination of the exercise science and the martial arts combination together. Another types of interdisciplinary work, I really want to highlighting about this one. So I personally think about the martial art also another type, possibly be a part of the performing art, like more the performance kind of thing is available. This is kind of some image that when I attending the quad day or some kind of some club day or also attending some local martial arts festival where we went there and there's doing some sort of the demonstration and about basically skill-based kind of demonstration, kind of showing them. So that is almost 10 years ago. So it's a little bit, most of the martial arts, when they have some performing, mostly focus on the skill-based, like how they will train, or how they just show our skill, what kind of the martial artist looks like. That is kind of types of the performance used to be. But in the 20 years ago, this is one of the video when I was in the military service. We also have some demonstration for because we are the guard team, the guard for the VIP. So sometimes we also show the demonstration how we are well skilled. So early stage of martial arts demonstration just have a skill for how they powerful. That's the most of the thing I just showed learning the video. Is that? Can you turn the video? Yep. So yeah, I'm in one of them, but It doesn't work? Okay. Okay, yeah, maybe I can share this video later on with I embedded this video in the PowerPoint, but that doesn't work. But the majority of this showing like we broken the broken stone or some any kind of some demonstration, actual kind of situation when they have somebody attack me, how do we defend, something like that. That kind of performance used to happen. That is almost 18 years ago, so kind of old fashioned. But right now, there's some other listening they have some adding some other kind of artistic feature like in the visual art or the music or those kind of feature into the martial arts. So this is one of the video. Yeah, one of the video. Previous one is Korean American Got Talent. This is from the British Got Talent video. Do you have a audio there? I just stop here. So that is really impressed me. I mean, before this kind of a show, my understanding about the performance, like in the martial arts performance, it just show the skill. Doesn't think about any kind of combination of the other types of arts at all. But now there's a lot of the technology development and also a lot of the research going on how to get a better kind of some art performance with some combined with the martial arts. So this is taekwondo is a really great job. But I think that when I trained the taekwondo 25 years ago, we didn't thought about this kind of some performance at all. So I think that kind of potential possibility we can able to develop in the other martial arts as well. Other types of the interdisciplinary research also available, kind of social, historical significance, or some community building aspect. One of the college of health is really engaging about the community participatory research. One of the some reduce the gap between the academia and community, how we can actually address the real community and real population. One of the good way is the martial arts actually have a reduce the gap or barrier between the community and some outside the community. So I think that the martial arts has a lot of benefit and potential in terms of any types of the research in the future. But when when I came to the Lehigh for the first time, I tried to search what kind of martial arts is in the Lehigh, what kind of resources are available. But actually, there's no any kind of resources we provide. One of the club, the taekwondo club, is only in the list in the registered club. The taekwondo is one. One of the other club is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That seems like a recently organized. They have tried to build one of my colleagues. He also college health faculty. He also black belt in the brown belt or black belt in the BJJ. Actually, they tried to do some practice in the campus, but the university is really not happy about any kind of martial arts training in the campus because in terms of liability issue, they're really worried about that. Of course, we complain about, we also arguing about how about the wrestling or other types of martial arts also happen in the campus. Why not? But we didn't get any kind of response about that. I could actually, this is obviously happened before I came to, joined the Lehigh, but 2018, some kind of organization, some group trained about Aikido, but this group I couldn't find anymore. So maybe this group maybe disappear if they leave a couple of people. Maybe they all, that kind of happen might be also same thing happens to other martial arts. Even if I introducing about other judo or other type qigong, tai chi, other type of martial arts, if there is only rely on the small number of group, they might be not able to continue to do this kind of work. I really appreciate about the effort for the police department. They also have a session for the self-defense training session. Really exciting about it, but I mean, also as effort for the only police department, and not any kind of centralized or any kind of resources in the whole community. Not only the Lehigh, even this is made when I take search all the martial arts club. Some of the resources is around there. I know some taekwondo club, 2-3 different taekwondo club around the Lehigh Valley, and some of them is a lot of jujitsu, but no judo. I mean, yeah, when the first practice at here, I actually have to go to the Philadelphia, 1.5 hour distance for my judo practice. I mean, another part, there's no any kind of specific information behind just have a dojo information. In Taekwondo, also have to, depends on the dojo, some dojo need to certify by the Kukkyun, the Korean, World Korean Taekwondo Association, or USA Taekwondo certified dojo is only allowed to go to the competition. But some dojo actually doesn't have that kind of certification, but that kind of information is really hard to find. And some of them is based on the karate, but no kendo I found, unfortunately. Some Tai Chi they train, but the form also a little bit, the Tai Chi training also slightly different that I learned, so I also really hard to find any kind of common resources about the martial arts in the Lehigh Valley at all. So the main purpose of this talk, I really want to have a bring up the idea about how to bring together all the faculty, students, or the community member, think about how to any kind of space for the sharing opinion, idea about the martial arts. It doesn't have to be any kind of physical space. Maybe some online or the forum might be good enough. But that is one of the things I would really want to propose because they have a lot of potential. I just bring up a bunch of ideas in my mind in potential kind of research or collaboration. So yeah, that is one of the benefits, like increase the interdisciplinary research, or also any kind of collaboration, any kind of more the inclusive environment, inclusive the activity for which the community also available through this kind of environment, I believe. This is a couple of ideas that I thought about. So in terms of the health science or the physical science, the psychological science, maybe application of the martial arts and mental health. One of my team and my project, we are, my student and I, we are the initiator project about the forest working project, which is we are exploring the potential forest working routine around the campus. But at the same time, we also try to developing the combination of the forest kind of natural exposure and Tai Chi or kind of meditation, yoga, those kind of exercise or some training might be the more boost of the positive influence of the mental health as well. Rehabilitation and therapy. I mean, okay, we have a dance studio at the campus, or the exercise gym, or any kind of that kind of space we have. So that is the reason why we have a lot of that kind of physical sports like activity have a positive influence on their mental health and reduce the stress level. But yeah, that is the kind of part of the other kinds of application. Wearable technology, which is my favorite. So we also try to measure about the more the detail about what happened, how much of the calorie use actually used in the martial arts. If you already used any wearable devices or some any activity tracker, they estimate about your level of the calorie metrics based on the MET level, like a metabolic equivalent for each of the task. They have some tool about depends on what type of activity, how much you did. They estimate kind of amount of the calorie you use based on the type of activity. But for the martial arts, those kinds of things, there's actually not a lot of, even boxing or any kind of sports, they have some sort of the criteria. But especially martial arts, it's really hard to define, and also not a lot of any criteria about so how much of calorie actually used after each of martial arts. So that is another area that you might be thinking about the martial arts and the first science. But otherwise, learning process, like in the martial arts, maybe some depends on the discipline. Some discipline understanding about their skillness, how they really were skilled, or that is dependent on the master's decision or their personal experience. But any kind of the objectively guided or any kind of criteria to measure about how they skillful or not. In terms of Tai Chi, how kind of some motion, how kind of some direction, how they handle kicking through this kind of pathway is more skillful or not. Therefore, not a lot of research about that kind of part. So that kind of learning process, or what kind of this is my specialty. Education is not my specialty, so I have no idea. But there is a kind of some thought, my thought about a potential kind of collaboration or application of the martial arts as a learning procedure. Yeah, performing arts that I just demonstrated about that. So maybe some not just have some training only, maybe some another potential for the performing arts as a martial arts, other kind of creative production. Maybe not for the research, maybe entrepreneurship or any kind of the program or software might be developed, like gaming in the virtual reality or martial arts game, or those kind of things might be possibly developed once we build up some idea, resources, people. We actually get some more advice or some comment about the martial arts as well. Yeah, social culture factors. One of the things when I trained my graduate program, we annually doing some sort of the martial arts festival with the campus community and outside of campus. So all between the campus and outside campus, we meet together and have all chance to interact with the university and the local community as well. So that might be another potential to about the benefit from this martial arts kind of these resources as well. Yeah, so business marketing, that is another thing. Just have a dumped a bunch of ideas that I initially thought about what's the potential. But yeah, here's a couple of things. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. So I really want to get some more the feedback on the idea, and maybe the first kind of short survey about how many people actually doing martial arts here, what kind of martial arts here. Actually, that's a really good first step to learn about the martial arts in Lehigh. Thanks so much.
Before you run off, does anyone have questions? We have a few minutes for questions.
Hi, thank you so much for that presentation. I was really fascinated with the diversity and the range that you went from, the exercise physiology and biomechanics to the cultural aspects, and then trying to see how you could use martial arts to really expand outward into all these different disciplines. I was a little bit curious about your article on the biomechanics of fall prevention, and was wondering if just thinking about wearables and also the population you were studying, if there's other kinds of techniques or affordances from martial arts that maybe relate to proprioception or power movements and acceleration that would lend themselves to, not what we think of martial arts being applied for, but to other things that can help particular demographics that might be more at risk of fall or needing particular quick reaction times under certain circumstances.
Yeah, that's really good idea and good question. So yeah, that is the research for the more biomechanics side. My peer actually were more working on the device itself. But in terms of the more optimized suggestion or optimized types of martial arts, that kind of suggestion might be to happen before we get any kind of data or information what is more suitable, what is more efficient about the training. That is a really good kind of some next question. We have some idea about the martial arts training. So yeah, so that is a good question.
Is there also a cohort like longitudinal follow-up that could see participants if they do have maybe less risk or how many falls, and you could, I don't know, I'm just imagining a epidemiological follow-up maybe for that population.
That's exactly what I did in my virtual thesis. We actually get all the survey who the club judo practice when they attend the competition. We also try to I also figured it out what kind, depends on what kind of level of the day training, what kind of the post treatment when they have an injury. So that is a whole different kind of experience about the first year trainer versus the 5-6 year trainer. If they have some more frequency of the injury, might be the more each person may have a more the frequency of the injury, but in terms of the recovery or any kind of resources, they have a knowledge. They have that's my undergraduate research, so relatively not more detail about that. But in terms of the general academic study, also any kind of the survey-based study from the almost 100 students answer about the kind of differentiation. That is the kind of finding we will do. So, but if we adding any kind of wearable device in addition to that, what we also figured out what kind of training is also that kind of injury as well. So.
As a student at Lehigh who's potentially interested, is there something I could do to promote the club or the club sport to try and
there something that we could do to reach out, or is there a club?
Actually, that's a good question, and also I have same question. Like I still explore who is in charge of all those kind of club activity, what is the liability, or what's the legal issue. I'm also learning about that aspect. So.
The main thing is a student club needs a faculty sponsor.
Oh. Okay.
I think you just volunteered yourself. Okay.
Mine is also maybe just a comment and a connection. But I sat in the earlier session in this room, and there was a session on wellness in the arts, and it spoke about performance as socially connecting and performance as therapy, and the connection to your clip of martial arts performance and connecting it to therapy, and maybe connecting with the professor that spoke earlier. I can point it here for you if you want to write it down, but that might be an interesting way to cross-disciplinary connect.
That's good idea.
Yeah, I think we're seeing throughout the day a lot of opportunities for interdisciplinary collaboration going forward. So I want to make sure we have time for our last group. Thank you so much. So if you guys want to come up and just kind of get yourself situated, there's... Oh, you want to sit here? Do you want the clicker? Okay. You want to? Okay. All right. So let me do introductions. Okay. So let me start with introductions. So this last talk is Botanical Art and the University Herbarium. So I want to start introducing Anna Chupa is a professor in the Department of Art, Architecture, and Design, and teaches digital photography and textile design. Her photography, textiles design, quilts, and mixed media installations have been exhibited in Austria, China, England, France, Germany, Italy, Morocco, the Netherlands, Spain, and throughout the United States. Bob Booth, if you want to just wave your hand, is a professor in the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences. He teaches courses in ecology, wetland ecology, and paleoecology. Hopefully that's right. His research is focused on understanding how vegetation and climate have changed in the past several thousand years. And lastly, Deirdre Murphy is a contemporary artist whose work delves into the intricate connections between art and science. Through the mediums of painting and printmaking, she explores the effects of climate change on the ecosystem. And I'm sorry I didn't print this last bio out. Don Carpenter is the scanning electron microscope manager here at Lehigh. He's a former student, graduated in 2012 with a master's in material science and engineering before spending 12 years with ExxonMobil Research, working on a variety of materials projects and high-profile failures. Don is passionate about electron microscopy and is very excited to collaborate with departments outside of the engineering college. So I think that's exactly what we were trying to do here. So what a great collaboration to end on. All right, I'll let you guys take it away.
Okay, those were some fantastic talks today. This has been a really nice session. So we're gonna talk to you a little bit about a sort of multifaceted project that uses botany, and in particular, the Lehigh University Herbarium as an inspiration for art and artistic expression. So you might be asking, what's an herbarium? Well, an herbarium is just a collection of pressed, dried, and flattened plants. And these are some pictures from the Lehigh Herbarium. And you can see that each of these specimens has a label on it. So there's a scientific name there. There's a location where it was collected. There's a collector. There's some information about the habitat that it was collected in. And so all of these specimens have that metadata that's associated with them. And there are over 300 million herbarium specimens in herbaria throughout the world. So they represent sort of a tremendous wealth of knowledge about the world's botanical diversity. They've been used in lots of different kinds of scientific investigations. So everything from studies of plant distribution patterns to you can extract DNA and answer genetic and molecular questions, evolutionary questions. And they've even been used to assess how things like plant flowering and fruiting, the timing of that has changed over the past century in response to climate change. So they're very valuable. The Lehigh University Herbarium was first started by Francis Tremblay. He was a professor here. And so a lot of the collections that we have are from the 1930s, like this one that's pictured here was collected by him in the 1930s, right up here on South Mountain. And each year, Lehigh students now contribute specimens to the collection as well. Okay, so we also use the herbarium in our research in the ES department. And so I'm a paleoecologist. And so what I do is I reconstruct how vegetation and climate have changed over the last few thousand years. And the source of information that I use to do that is cores from wetlands and lakes. And we identify small little plant fragments that are preserved in those cores. And we use the Lehigh Herbarium as the reference collection to help us identify that material. And so we've gone through much of the collection and extracted out pollen from the flowers, and then we have that pollen so that when we find that type of pollen, we can identify it in the core. We also have now linked the herbarium to a consortium of herbaria in the Northeast. So everything is publicly accessible now, and you can go and you can search and find any of these specimens. And it's linked to, I think it's like 100 other herbaria in the Northeast. Okay, we also use it in our teaching. And so in our ecology classes, the students use the specimens to hone their observation skills. And in particular, in my wetland ecology class, which I teach every spring, it's in the dreary winter months where we can't go out in the field, at least until April. So the students really have to know the diagnostic wetland plants. If they want to go do a wetland delineation, they have to know how to do that. And so to help them learn those plants before we are able to go into the field, we use the herbarium. And they do a plant notebook. And so they basically do drawings of what I call the top 75, which are the top 75 wetland plants, according to me. This year, Anna and Deirdre came in and gave a drawing workshop the first day that they started their plant notebooks. And it was a whole lot of fun to watch a bunch of science students really get into drawing. And I think they started the project this year with a lot more confidence, both in their observation skills, but also in their artistic ability. Okay, so herbaria have a lot of great uses, both scientifically and in terms of teaching. I'm going to turn it over to Deirdre, and she's going to talk about another value, which is using these collections to inspire art and artistic expression.
Thank you. And then I just hit the green. Thank you. He knows, tell the painter to color code and hit forward with the green button. Thank you, everybody. And a special note of gratitude to Bob Booth and Anna Chupa for, without you two, my contemporary herbarium would not be possible. So I want to start out my part of it with a quote by Rosalind Franklin: "Science and everyday life cannot and should not be separated." And perhaps we can put in here science and art cannot and should not be separated. And especially today, with what's going on with our federal government, I think that that's even more important. And Lehigh, being a research institution, is so welcoming and really, I think, helps propel our own research forward, as in with my work, but then also with our teaching. So I took the knowledge learned from our Tremblay herbarium and looked at the way that scientists put these beautiful specimens on the page. And I thought, you know what, scientists are artists as well. The way that they lay the plant down, the way that they put the botanical tape down, excuse me, that I think is so artful in and of itself. And prior to making botanical art, the last 2 decades of my work and research has been on bird migration and climate change. And so the next natural progression for me was looking at the ecosystem and how, what are the birds eating, how are they feeding, and then go off to breeding and all that, and how it all cycles together. So that's what led me to the herbarium. and led me to looking at pollinator plants that would most benefit bird migration and really trying to heal our own local ecosystem with the effects of climate change. So here you have bee balm, which is a nectar-producing plant that brings hummingbirds to my garden. I grew all these plants. I did not chop up the herbarium. I just looked at it, with, bent knees and kind of like, in genuflect, because it's phenomenal. Definitely go visit. But so I grew these plants, and then this is the Mountaintop print shop. Come take a class. Printmaking is fabulous. I do this work with my students. I see one of our printmakers there. We've done, monoprints with plants before. And so I just laid the specimen that I grew, rolled it up with ink, printed it out, and made my own botanical tape with Japanese rice paper. There's the garden that I grew. I ripped up my grass, so inspired by pollinators, and I planted a jungle of pollinators. And in a couple of years, I saw migratory birds come and visit. I saw the insects go back to native insects. So my own little ecosystem in my own backyard has really helped then, bring the pollinators through. And I am witnessing the repair of climate change on a very small scale in my garden. So this is a calycanthus that I grew, and it's that kind of purple leafed one there. Amsonia. And so you can see the wonderful, we have two gorgeous presses up on Mountaintop, and a silkscreen lab, maybe even a letterpress lab coming soon, hopefully. So this just gives you some shots. Then you can see that they imprint because I'm running the plant through. So I'm getting data, if you will, not DNA, although maybe little bits you could scrape up. But it's definitely getting the taking this paper garden and really trying to use it to educate and promote this idea of, one garden at a time, one block at a time. We really can help to have a positive impact. And so how do I don't publish papers per se, but exhibit my work. So on the left, you can see we have a ton of Lehigh students and some faculty there, which was so wonderful. And the contemporary herbarium was shown at Chimera Gallery. And it was also, I'm doing a residency at Lower Merion Conservancy. They're also helping to inform the plants that I choose for climate change resilience. And then on the right, that's Lehigh, our amazing Lehigh University Art Gallery. And they were kind enough to put 6 of the prints in there. And now I'll hand it over to Professor Jupa.
So I'll start by saying that our project has been funded by a Collaborative Opportunity Research Experience grant from the Office of Research at Lehigh University. And it's made it possible for us to acquire materials and also acquire time in the scanning electron microscopy lab. So I have had a botanical interest in my work all the way back, and it is one thread that has persisted in my work. I photograph specimens, and then I montage them into a composition, and then have them printed digitally, and then from there I quilt. And this is the long arm quilting machine that I acquired as a result of a faculty innovation grant. So Lehigh has been very supportive of interdisciplinary work. On the 2 sides are examples of montages that I did combining macro photography with scanning electron microscopy images. And those are 6-foot silk wall hangings. And the quilt in the middle is on cotton. Next. Green? Thank you. Right there. No. Okay, there we go. So the SEM images are black and white. In the previous images, I had colorized them, but I left them black and white here to distinguish between them and the macro photography of the same species. I do the photography from specimens that I purchase, or I grow, or I go to botanical gardens, and also from the herbarium. Here was also a trip to the Philadelphia flower show, and that's where I did a lot of macro photography. Protea on the right, and on the left, pussy willows, and macro photography and SEM work in the, oh, it's jumping, in the pussy willows. And I'll share the space here with Donald, if you'll come up and talk to us about the SEM lab.
Sure. Is this one on? Okay. Hi. Yeah. So our scanning electron microscope lab is in the basement of Whitaker. I manage it, and so normally I deal with a bunch of materials grad students who want to see the smallest possible nanoparticle things ever. So when Anna approached me and said, like, I want to look at plants, I'm like, oh, great, this is something exciting and new. So that is the SEM we used. It's one of our newer ones. It's got a very nice interface, and this is our sample prep area. So normally SEMs require two things. They require conductive materials because you are shooting negatively charged electrons at something to image them. And they also require a vacuum because you can't shoot electrons through air without them hitting all the air molecules. And if you think about the problem with plants is that one, they're not conductive, and two, they don't like being put in a vacuum because they are full of moisture. So here we are prepping, this is Anna prepping some of the samples. You can see that this is a large sample for an SEM, which is about 50 millimeters. So we cannot just put a whole plant in there. I don't know if you want to go to the next one. Oh yeah, so you can talk about the variety there.
So we have lion's mane mushrooms. We have coreopsis, African violets, and some plants are small enough that you can get the whole reproductive structure on the stage. Others are larger than that and can't actually see all the parts until you get it under the microscope. So we tried a variety of materials. And I also wanted to mention that I took a workshop at the New York Botanical Gardens, or a course in morphology of flowering plants. And my interest was in the reproductive structures. So in all the examples that I have, it is the plant reproductive structures that are exploded in size.
So we have these plants now, and we have to put them into our SEM, and we actually have a SEM scanning electron microscope, by the way. We have an SEM that actually can accomplish this by pumping water vapor into the chamber. And this does two things for us. One, it makes it so that the plant doesn't desiccate, or at least desiccates slow enough that we have enough time to image it. And the other thing it does is it lets us have a very tricky bit of physics that allows us to get around the fact that the plant is not conductive, because as we hit the plant with our electron beam, we expel electrons from it, which then hit the water molecules that are in the air, and knock electrons out of those molecules then become positively attracted, and they attract themselves back down to the plant, which is negatively charged because we keep shooting negative electrons at it. And so we are now balancing the charge while at the same time not allowing the plant to desiccate. So it's a cool bit of physics that allows us to image these plants without causing too much damage to them, enough that we can get our images. One of the things that I really liked about the project is like I said, I don't get to image things that are this big very often. So it is really neat to see. And if you've never seen like SEM images, the SEM has a tremendous depth of field compared to what we're used to with our eyes or even macro photography. And so a lot of things that you take, you can see the entire structure in focus at the same time. It has a very like sort of like haunting alien feel to it at times. And so when you're looking at really big things like bugs or flowers or things like that, they can be very like hauntingly beautiful in some ways. So.
And then just mention some of the work that comes directly from herbarium specimens. We've had photographers from our Department of Art, Architecture, and Design who have started to record photographically the herbariums so that we'll have images along with the database. And I took those photographs and collaged them and created wallpaper patterns, textile patterns. And Deirdre is also going to be working on wallpaper patterns, and we have an exhibit at the Nurture Nature Center in Easton in the fall of 2027. But I wanted to bring it back to talking about bringing the outside in, quite literally to a bedspread that was created from the sample fabrics. I send the designs out to be printed on swatches. I had a bunch of swatches, didn't know what to do with them, and I made a duvet cover. And now I'm on to curtains. And then I also produced for exhibition one of my quilts on the left, one of my larger wall hangings behind that at the Wisconsin Museum of Quilts and Fiber Arts. And finally, the Lehigh University Art Gallery right now has an exhibit of the faculty work from our department. And in this particular photograph, you can see my quilts and Deirdre's herbarium series. And thank you to our sponsors and to Christine Krasholik, who photographed, and Kristen New, who photographed as well. And of course, the Collaborative Opportunity Research Grant for funding this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have some time for questions. Does somebody want to ask this team a question? And then we can also open it to all the team.
I'm not familiar with macro photography. Does that require a camera or a scanning device?
Camera, and it's a lens that allows you to get very close. So I have two macro lenses, one that's a little easier to use, and I can be 2 feet away from my subject and get close-up shots. But the other macro lens is very difficult. I have to be about a 1/4 inch away from my subject and try to stand still while I'm focusing. So that's much more difficult, but also very interesting shots you can get from it from being so close.
When you do that very close-up shot, can you see the transparency of leaves and blossoms? Does it show that?
Yes, you can. More often, I was focusing on the reproductive parts, so those tended to be more opaque. But yes, you could if you were focused there.
Other questions? Yeah. Just gonna circle back here.
Thanks, Kate.
This is fascinating. I'm curious, has SEM or microscopy been used in this way elsewhere, or is this sort of paving a new way?
I have seen other art installations. There's one actually that's been in Whitaker for many years of bugs. So they have like colorized bug pictures. Those bugs were not imaged the way we imaged this, though. They were dried first. So when you dry them, you can cover them with conductive paint essentially, and then you don't have to worry about any of the issues with the live stuff. The water vapor type imaging is not used all that often. It's a feature that probably no grad student here has used, except me at this point. I'm not a grad student, but no one's probably used it because people don't often image things that are wet or moisture containing. So it's definitely unique. I'm sure that the department chair is interested in getting some pictures for the hallways for sure.
So
And also Nature magazine published a contest of SEM imagery and artwork.
I enjoyed all of the presentations first. So a couple of things there. I think the most interesting phrase that I heard today was really big things like a bug. So, but that puts it in context. But my question is about the depth of field, which is what Don mentioned, and you were talking about macrophotography, Anna. So macrophotography is exactly the opposite of that. So you would have a very, very small depth of field. I didn't notice that in the pictures that you showed. That how did you sort of like get away with it? Did you have mostly flat subjects where things were all kind of like in the same focus range?
No, the depth of field is extremely shallow, and some of the images, it's partly in the compositing that I fade out the parts that are out of focus so they're not as dominant in the composition. But in the red one that I showed, the Protea, that one definitely had a back pedal that was really out of focus and a foreground pedal that you could see all the little hairs and filaments. So I do still include the things that are out of focus in the shots. Yeah, if you can see that back one is out of focus, you can't see the actual hairs.
Very fascinating, really. To Professor Bob Booth. Professor Trembley's archives, Arboretum samples, do they still exist? All of them? Do we take like regular inventory on the Lehigh campus, Arboretum, or anything extinct? Or anything, do we add new samples on them?
So are you asking if the plants exist?
Yeah.
That like some of the trees that he collected from are still on campus. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's specimens from, I think it's one of the large white pines by Williams Hall. There's multiple specimens over the years from there. Yeah. Yes, but I think it's about, there are a total of close to 3,000 specimens in the herbarium, and I think at least 1,000 of them are his.
So we have a few more minutes. If anyone has questions or observations from all the presentations or for the other presenters, because in some cases we had to do a very quick turnaround. We do have a few more minutes. Okay, hang on.
Sorry, you might have already said it. Where is physically the herbarium located? I know you showed us a picture of it, but I just didn't catch where it was.
It's in steps. Yeah.
I actually had the same question, so
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked. I thought maybe I missed it.
It's actually in the research lab. So steps 271 is where it lives.
Is it like protected in any special way? I just think about this. I live in mud where we get flooded every so often and other fun things like that happen. And I'm just kind of wondering how, like, is there a way we're protecting it to preserve it?
So not, I mean, it's in a big cabinet, we have a new professor in EES, Michelle Spicer, who's just bought some nice new cabinets that are much more protective. We will probably be moving a bunch of the specimens in there, particularly the older ones.
Part of the core grant was to hire a student to begin to photograph the collection, right? How many do we have photographed?
We have about a third of the collection photographed, and we actually need another photographer. So if you're interested, I'll train you.
Any last questions? All right, if not, thank you to all of our presenters. And thank you to everyone who participated today. I mean, I honestly think this day went better than we imagined when we first had a conversation about it. And I hope there's lots of conversations to follow and connections made, and especially to the students who took time out of their Friday afternoon to come and present. We really appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, of course.